One.
Good afternoon and welcome to the final day of the 10-year anniversary for Teach for America South Carolina, which we are celebrating during Teacher Appreciation Week. I am Executive Director Troy Evans. And if you've been tuning in all week, you are probably sick of seeing my face. So I decided to get some additional help in the form of all-around cool brother, Morehouse alumni, South Carolina native, and probably a million other wonderful titles, Mr. Bakari Sellers. What's going on?
First of all, because I'm here, I had to watch every single day of what you all have done, and I'm so ecstatic to be here. This is going to be a fun night. It's a long night. It's 4 hours.
It is.
Nobody told me that when I signed up for this.
Okay. Well, I'm going to make sure somebody, feels bad about that.
You should. We have a lot of people behind the blue curtain over here who should all feel bad about us being here for 4 hours together.
Yes.
But we're going to have a good time. We're going to share some great stories, impactful stories. We're going to just, what's crazy about tonight is that we get to raise money for people that need it, for people that we love, for people we trust. And at the end of the day, this is why we're in the business.
That's right. And I like to consider that if it doesn't make dollars, it doesn't make sense. In other words,
well, you're going a little heavy-handed. You're a little heavy-handed. I was trying to be a little bit more romantic.
You were being, poetic with it.
I thought about it. I did the romantic pause.
Okay.
And then we'll work together.
Definitely. But without a doubt, teachers need the love.
Yes.
And we need to show them that love by getting as many supporters and donors as possible. We've set a goal this week of 1,000 donors. And I'm sure that we can come through today.
How many donors do we have so far?
We're in the hundreds, so we need to get into the thousands. So we need to get a comma in there. Do your job, right?
I thought you brought me here for my brains.
Well, listen.
I didn't know you brought me here because I'm a sex symbol.
It's both, right?
It's both? Okay.
It's both.
Right,
but what we are...
Oh, wait a minute. She's gasping.
Okay. But the key to it is it's not how much they give. It's just the fact that
we want the investment.
Give. We do. We want them to show that they're supporting education, teachers in South Carolina. They believe all students have the ability to excel in the classroom if given the opportunity. That's what Teach for America believes. That's what we've been working on for 10 years. We've been having some great impact. We're going to see some videos from people who have made an impact in South Carolina. We're going to talk to some people live, have some special guests. I'm excited for today. It's going to be fun no matter what. If we have some gaffes, we have some gaffes.
We're going to have a lot of gaffes. But I'll tell you this, the reason I'm here is because I am a public school graduate in South Carolina. I'm from the big city of Denmark, South Carolina. Right. I'm from the quarter of shame.
Right.
But I believe in Teach for America. And I believe in you too, because just Teach for America has done amazing things in South Carolina. And the work that you've been doing, we don't say thank you enough. So I'm probably going to end in the last of this 48-hour segment we have, whatever it is. I'm probably going to say thank you to you again. But I want to say thank you to you now at the beginning, because the work you're doing, the work you will do is so important. So thank you.
I appreciate that, Bakari. You don't know yet, but we're actually going to ask you to finish this with a 48-hour run back to Denmark and end on Mother's Day.
I'm busy. And what I will tell you is that first of all, since we're having this conversation, did you get your Mother's Day gift yet? You have not.
I did. 100%.
No, what did you get?
Listen,
is she in here yet? I know she's coming. Is she here yet? Is his wife here yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Did you? She's not watching. Trust me, she's not watching. She's not watching.
When I bought these balloons, I hit the card aisle at the same time. But the gift was
already. You got a card?
That's just a compliment. The
Dude,
gift.
you just got a card?
No, it's the compliment.
You got a
gift
card.
Is coming from
and you
Amazon.
You wrote something that you truly believe in your heart, just in the card.
It's just blank, and then I just wax poetic.
Can we go to whatever we're going to? Because he needs to order something. We're not far from Lennox,
right?
But you need to order something.
I'm definitely going to have to do something before Sunday for sure.
Introduce whatever we're doing. I don't know what we're doing.
That's what we're going to do.
Children born this year.
As I mentioned, we've been doing a lot of things to celebrate our 10-year anniversary over the past 12 months. One of those things was we launched our inaugural Discuss Ed Forum, where we brought together corporate leaders, education leaders, nonprofit leaders to talk about how we can prepare students for the future 2040 and beyond. So that was an exciting forum that took place. We were Blessed to be joined by AmeriCorps CEO Michael Smith. We could not do the work that we do in South Carolina and in classrooms without the partnership with AmeriCorps. So thank you very much to AmeriCorps. But we had a tremendous forum where we really uncovered some new ideas, innovative ideas around education. And we are actually producing a white paper that will be released next week. You can see the executive summary on our website at tfasc.org. And while you're downloading that executive summary, please make sure that you also donate. Remember, $10, $20, $100. If you are Daddy Warbucks like Bakari, you can put 2 commas in that check.
Can we time out real quick? My wife, shout out to my beautiful bride, Ellen. Thank you. She just paid off the rest of my student loans. I don't even know how that sounds and where we are in the conversation, but I will tell you that was tough. So I'm not Daddy Warbucks yet. I want to get there, but continue.
All right. So
he does not have a gift for his wife for Mother's Day.
Do what is significant to you. So we're going to go to a video segment where we talk about what we did at Discuss Ed, the future of education 2040 and beyond.
I am very pleased to join you today for this important conversation. It is hard to believe that children born this year will graduate in the year 2040. That is 35 years after Back to the Future's future, where we were supposed to have flying cars and hoverboards. But it is exciting to imagine what the next generation of thinkers and leaders will bring to our world in another 2 decades. I am confident that AmeriCorps will be ready to welcome that next generation
with
national service and partnership with our schools,
like I told you at the beginning, this was like CNN election across where you just have to
bring our educational system into the future. Innovation and persistence are critical tools in our tool belts. And those are
one thing I'll say is we do have some intelligent educators in the room, so they'll be able to figure it out, hopefully.
So let me ask you this question.
I read a reflection by a TFA member by the name of...
You knew I was going to hit you with that.
I hate that question. So you might as well answer it now at the beginning.
Yeah, so...
We'll ask it again throughout the night, because what I want people to do is, when you're watching YouTube, when you're logging on, when you're following me on Twitter, when you're following you on Twitter or Instagram, whatever it is, Bakari_Sellers, BAKARI_Sellers, or Bakari Sellers on Instagram. Tell me who your favorite teacher was. And the problem that I have is that I cannot name a favorite, but I think I can name every teacher that I've had who I remember from K through 12. So
That's impressive.
But by virtue of that, I think I can. If I miss you, you probably weren't my favorite.
That was.
So, who was your favorite teacher?
Yeah, so I've got a few. I think at the top of that list for me was my 9th grade English teacher, Mr. Kelly.
So you didn't even go to elementary and middle. You didn't care about those.
Yeah, that's kind of a blur. But Mr. Kelly, my 9th grade English teacher, and there's a few reasons for that. And it actually speaks a little bit to my why I do the work that I do. So I don't know how familiar you are with Cleveland, Ohio.
Unfortunately, very. Yeah. No, it's not a lot to do in Cleveland.
Right. Well, I grew up in.
All I know about Cleveland is you and LeBron James.
Okay, well, there's a little bit more, but not much. But
in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. You know, I grew up in the era of the drive, the shot. I was at the game where Michael Jordan hit that shot.
You probably had a Craig Elo jersey on too. Now that I'm thinking,
I had a Ron Harper one on, but but my why is because when I grew up in an all-black suburb of Cleveland, Ohio, with a good education school, but not the best by any means. And my mother got married in my 7th grade year, and I transferred to Orange High School, which was the wealthiest public school in the state of Ohio at the time. And it literally blew me away, the difference night and day between the school I came from and the school I went to. And they were literally 3 miles down the street from each other, right? So all my friends, I would bike ride back to my friends every weekend to hang out with them. But over time, I started noticing little differences. They would ask my friends, were they going to take the SAT?
Oh, wow.
They would ask me how many times I was going to take the SAT, right? And those little differences were what led me to go to Morehouse, and a lot of my friends stayed home and what have you.
So by the way, I know you're in the story in the midst of it,
Yeah.
and they're gonna do this thing to you.
Okay.
So
wrap
look
it
over.
up.
You gotta
Yeah.
always have
Okay.
you gotta have
Listen,
some. I'm just welcoming you to live TV.
I'm just saying, if they wasn't ready when I was ready, then they gotta
Now
wait for me now,
finish.
right?
Put up to read on your story.
Right,
So
yeah.
you're gonna fast forward, and then what they'll do is they'll do this, but you don't have the earbuds.
We got 4 hours.
But you don't have the earbuds. So right now, because they mess up,
right
now you have to
Yeah.
So this is what we do. So finish the story in 30 seconds,
Yeah.
and then throw it to me, and I'll giggle.
Okay.
And then we'll go.
That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah.
Anyway, so no, so I went to this new school, big difference, night and day. My 9th grade English teacher just really welcomed me, right? He drove a Harley to school every day,
crazy.
Had long hair. He was like a child of Woodstock, was super cool. And
White boy?
Yeah. And I just had a ball.
That's what's crazy.
So
we're going to get back to this story. We're going to talk about more of these stories. You said I just took that from you.
Yeah, I see
That
that.
is
This
I like
ownership.
that. I
This
appreciate
is
it.
crazy TV.
That's why you here.
So we're going to get back to more of these stories. Make sure you hit us up. What's your IG, Twitter?
I am Troy D. Evans.
And I'm Bakari _Sellers on Twitter. Bakari Sellers on Instagram. We'll be right back. But what we're going to do is we're going to introduce this first video. Discuss Ed. Tell them about it.
Future of Education 2040 and beyond with the AmeriCorps CEO, Michael Smith.
To bring our education.
Tell me it was Michael's first video.
I am very pleased to join you today for this important conversation. It is hard to believe that children born this year will graduate in the year 2040. That is 35 years after Back to the Future's future, where we were supposed to have flying cars and hoverboards. But it is exciting to imagine what the next generation of thinkers and leaders will bring to our world in another 2 decades. I am confident that AmeriCorps will be ready to welcome that next generation of young adults into national service in partnership with our schools, educators, and education partners across the country. To bring our educational system into the future, innovation and persistence are critical tools in our tool belts. And those are 2 characteristics that I know that Teach for America and our many education partners already have mastered. I read a reflection by a TFA member by the name of Harris, where he said his students are all capable, creative, and intelligent. And if we can expand opportunity and access for all students, the possibilities are endless. I agree with Harris. The opportunities are indeed endless. And I'm excited about the work that AmeriCorps and AmeriCorps TFA members are doing in South Carolina. Through Teach for America, passionate and well-trained teachers jump into schools, ready and willing to help the students that need them most. And just last year, 85 AmeriCorps members served in 31 locations across the state, specifically with Teach for America. They are part of more than 65,000 AmeriCorps members that serve in K-12 schools every single year. These AmeriCorps members ran toward a challenge, even during a pandemic, holding students accountable and helping them achieve, all while showing compassion. And as a result, more than 90% of principals said that TFA teachers were effective instructors while maintaining a positive learning environment. These AmeriCorps members were so committed during the 2020-2021 academic year, 77% of these TFA homegrown leaders decided to teach for a 3rd year in South Carolina beyond their 2-year commitment. And I just pause and I think about the trauma, the urgency, the challenges that we were all facing during those years. And I think, many people would have said, I've served my time, I am done, I am going to take care of myself. And I just get so fired up when I think about that large number of TFA homegrown leaders that said, no, I'm not done, I am continuing to serve. Dion is one of those teachers that taught me on their commitment. He was inspired to keep serving after his 2nd year when he saw the impact he was making on students and families. He saw students becoming leaders in their communities, and he realized the classroom was where he could witness not only his impact, but the future leaders of the next generation. It's stories like these that bring me so much joy helping you celebrate the 10th anniversary of Teach for America, South Carolina. We need not only strong policy, but the support of programs and people just like TFA teachers who show innovation, persistence, and perseverance, ready to jump in, make changes, make us more equitable, make us stronger, and build back better. With these tools in our tool belts, we are unstoppable and can pave the way for the next generation of leaders who in 2040 will be welcomed into the national service family with open arms.
Michael, thank you. Thank you very much for the partnership with AmeriCorps. I truly mean we could not achieve this level of success and impact in community without that partnership, as well as the partnership of some of the other people on the Zoom today. Thank you again, Michael. So we're getting ready to dive into some small group discussions. But before we do that, I think it's important that we center on framing the future together. And so if we think about, the fact that the children born today are going to be graduating in or around 2040, they're going to be entering a world that is radically transformed in terms of what we know today. And so before we make that pivot in the small group, I just want to make sure that we center on a shared vision of what is likely to be true in 2040 and beyond. So the first thing is that we're going to have extreme population growth. Over the next 20 years, the world will probably increase its population to about 9.2 billion people. And by 2045, the majority of Americans will actually be people of color, which is a shift in our demographics. So how do we educate and prepare a population for demographic changes that are going to take place over the next 20 years? We also realize that we're already witnessing the effects of climate change. And if it's left unaddressed, we'll have large-scale consequences on agriculture, migration patterns, extreme weather events that we're already starting to witness. And these opportunities are going to provide new workforce potential that's going to create and demand newly highly skilled individuals. So how are we going to make sure people are prepared for renewable energy jobs and things of the like? When you think about technology increasing, we're going to have gains in artificial intelligence, autonomous driving, flying vehicles, high-speed telecommunications, and an increase in interconnected devices. In fact, in 2040, it's predicted that we're going to have over 173 million internet-connected devices. That's 19 devices per person. And so additionally, as we think about so many people being connected to each other, even more so than they are today, how are we going to help youth through digital literacy to understand and be able to separate fact from fiction, because we're already having some concerns in that area. By 2040, we're going to have the world's first space elevator. If you're not familiar with that concept, it is a pretty cool thing. It's going to be functioning out of Japan, and we'll probably be on our second manned mission to Mars by then. So how are we going to shift our curriculum to prepare students for industries needed to support this field? And then by 2040, we know that China and India are projected to become the largest national economies, with the US falling to third. Decentralized assets, cryptocurrencies, the blockchain are all predicted to be a central part of the economy. And when I was in high school, I didn't even learn how to balance a checkbook. And now we don't even use checks anymore. So how are we going to prepare young people today for the financial literacy and realization of what's going to be taking place by 2040?
Her size, they were like, she only has 9 units. So she lost.
Back to you. 5,
That's
4,
fine.
3, 2, 1.
So anyway, my wife almost died during pregnancy.
Okay.
And so what we decided was, after she actually had the twins, then, by the way, guys, we're in the middle of a conversation right now, so y'all just have to join us and be happy you're here. So we'll talk about the video in a second.
Yeah.
So after she had the twins, she got pregnant again. And I was like, you're not having any more kids. You're not. You're
That's
just
scary.
No, because you have to realize. So we were sitting in a room, and she had both twins.
Yeah.
and a lactation specialist.
Yeah.
And by the way, for everybody who doesn't know, we're all the parents of twins in a
Twins.
very weird scenario, which is what we're talking about off air. So anyway, she's sitting there and she passes out and she throws up and there's blood everywhere. It's a long story. And they had to put her in ICU. She's in ICU the first 36 hours because we know Black women are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth than white women. And so I'm sitting here giving you guys, what school did you go to?
Morehouse.
College. Morehouse, I knew that. What college you go to?
A&M.
That's unfortunate. She couldn't get in the spot.
Right.
So anyway,
Stop
so
we'll talk about that later.
we'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
We'll talk about that in a minute. So the college prayer, like, dear God, if you get me through this, I promise you I'll never. So I was giving that prayer, and she made it through. The first 36 hours she was in ICU, but after that we had a twin. She got pregnant. I was like, we're not doing this again. We just simply are not.
Yeah.
And so that's how we ended up on the conversation that we're on. But twins are a blessing.
They
I
are
think.
a blessing.
Yes.
They are a blessing. They are indeed a blessing.
They're
are
terrorists.
hard.
They're terrorists.
They are terrorists. They are hard.
They are.
Are any of you all sleeping yet?
No.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm
I was
not.
going to try to answer the question, but I have one twin every time that comes in the room.
Right.
Right now, it's our girl, and she's sweet because she had a liver transplant. Shout out to Sadie. She's also the boss. She reminds me of her mother a lot.
Oh.
And she comes in at 2 a.m. and she's like, wake up. I would like a snack.
Right.
That's
Well,
amazing.
I'm sorry. Go ahead and do your job. I'm sorry.
No. Twins named Sadie and
Stokely.
Kingston and Cairo.
Reese and Stone.
Reese and
Girl boy.
Stone.
Do we do RR, KK?
No, Casey.
KC.
R&S. Reese and Stone.
Okay.
Black people.
What is the chances of twins?
Mine were made in IVF, so probably not high.
Okay.
I was completely surprised.
So you had twins naturally?
I had twins naturally.
You had
and I
twins
was
naturally?
Completely surprised.
Oh no,
I had no idea it was even possible.
They put 2 in there and they were like, I don't think you'll have twins. That doesn't really happen. And then we had twins.
Okay. Well, we are going to continue our twin conversation.
Well, that was good. That was good.
We
Don't
brought you
leave.
in.
You stay here.
I was there.
We brought you into our lives personally, but it's probably another reason for the why for all of us for education. It's difficult finding good opportunities for education for your children. One of the things that you just watched from that video, the Discuss Ed Future of Education 2040 and Beyond, was innovative ways to prepare children born today for the lives they will have as adults in 2040. Because right now we educate children based on the past and not on what they will need to be successful adults. And at TFA, we really want to make sure we're preparing children for successful adulthood and economic mobility. So I'm pleased to be joined by one of the Discuss Ed participants, and also she is the Teach for America Head of Program, Miss Lanisha Cobb-Sanders. How are you?
I'm great. Great to be here.
Great, good.
Yeah.
So I would like to know a couple of things, and I'm sure Bakari has some more questions about twins. But the first thing is,
I have lots to say about
right,
twins.
like lots to say about twins. The first thing is, I was able to drop in on your Discuss Ed conversation numerous times while we were doing it. It seemed like it was a very lively discussion that you all were involved in. Why do you think it's important for organizations like Teach for America to work cross collaboratively with other education partners or other groups in order to advance the education agenda?
That's a good question. Okay, I'm gonna not answer your question.
Okay.
I'm gonna come back to it in just a
All
second.
right.
So we were talking about twins.
She came with the purpose.
Right.
No, I'm serious. Okay, so we talked about twins. I also have a daughter who will be 5 this summer, which means she's going to kindergarten. And so the way in which I think about education is so different as I think about my child going into public schools than it was 5 years ago, and even before that. And I've been on staff for a long time. And so I think that, to your point about the way in which we think about education needs to be about how we're preparing our children now to be future leaders, has totally changed for me. And that conversation helps me to really identify that within myself and then identify what that means about how we think about education moving
I just
forward.
thought it was
So it was really
another
interesting
bold
about that
endeavor
time and bringing
by
all these different groups together, which you all did a
TFA
phenomenal
South
job
Carolina
doing, is that there
to
was so
really
much
push the
synergy,
boundaries in
right? There was
education.
nothing that was truly
and to,
surprising. And
you
we
know,
were
I
all
know
more or
the
less,
process has been tedious,
agreeing
at
about what needs
times,
to be
but
true.
to
Thinking about
continuously
computational
push those
thinking, thinking
boundaries
about
for our
coding, thinking
children.
about problem
I mean,
solving skills,
if
thinking
our
about things outside of, you know, reading, writing, and arithmetic that will prepare students for jobs that we can't even identify right now because we don't know what the world's going to be in 40 years. And it occurred to me, if we're all doing this work or trying to do this work independently and not collectively as a true coalition, the progress is going to be real slow. But when we come together across various different sectors, across various different groups, you have a finger up, give me a second, then it means that our progress can be a whole lot faster. And so that's what I'm most excited about. And I think it's the place where I draw a lot of hope and inspiration.
No,
All right, you have a hand.
I had a question.
Oh, okay, go for it.
Because what you said is so true. But how do we get there? Like, people are so in today's world, it's a McDonald's society, and we're so sometimes inflation, whatever's going on in the world, we're so depressed about how quickly progress is moving. But how do we measure that progress? How do we get to the point that we need to do? What do parents need to do? What do we need to do more of to get to where you want to be?
I mean, I think the first thing we do is do something. I think that we spend a lot of time talking about doing stuff and talking about like what the problem.
We can identify a problem.
We can do that very well. And I think it's the folks who are out there who are saying, let's just try something. It may not be perfect. It hasn't been all the way thought through. Let's just go try something. I think we see a lot of that like in the individual pockets. Today. If we do more of that, then we will probably make a lot more progress a lot more sooner.
I agree with you.
Just trying this right here today to see if it works.
But the crazy thing is, when we look at the statistics today or the viewership, we may have, 15 people watching right now, and it may be 100. And then at the end of the day,
I'm gonna need a refund if it's 15. But no.
You ain't getting a refund. I got twins. I just told you. But it may be like 1,000 or 1,500 at the highest point. But the thing about this event and the reason it drew me to it is because it's different, and what it's for. Because teachers all the time, $300, you give them $300, they can buy whatever they need to put on their poster board, right? Yeah. Teacher supplies, etc. So, I mean, you're in the mix all the time, and you talk about STEM, you talk about these things. I mean, how do we make sure that we are not on an island by ourselves? Do we need to meet people where they are? Do we need to get politicians and parents engaged? How do we do that? What's the work that has to be done?
Yeah, I mean, I have so many different thoughts about that.
Well, just give us we have a lot to, trust me. They got me here for 4 hours for some reason. So well, they didn't even bring me any barbecue. I'm not eating.
I'm just saying. So,
you got, what time is your date?
My date is at 6 p.m.
And where y'all going?
We're going to.
Her date's with her husband.
My date's with my husband.
Where y'all going? Where y'all going?
We're going to City Winery. Vivian Green is
in
town.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I think she has a beautiful voice. So.
She has an amazing voice. Do y'all get out often?
I have twins and almost 5 girls. I can tell you this.
Listen, so I made reservations. We off topic, so don't worry about it.
But
we'll get back. Maybe. I made reservations for my wife on Mother's Day on Sunday.
That's nice.
And then
with the children, without the children.
With the children, because it's Mother's Day. Oh. And I have 3 sets of roses. She knows all of this anyway. So if she's watching, anyway, so I have 3 sets of roses from each child, and then
that's sweet.
Yeah. And then I have a chef coming over to do breakfast. She likes omelets.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Did you do anything?
I hope my husband's watching.
I do something every day. Every day is Mother's Day.
The answer is no.
My wife is here, so I cannot, divulge.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But I did take care of my mother already, as well as her mother.
And my wife took care of my mother.
Yeah.
For what that's worth.
I take care of my mother and my mother-in-law too.
Yeah. Wives are amazing.
We are.
So anyway, what were we talking about? Are you segueing?
Yeah, no, we're going to keep it on here for a minute, but talking about how do we get there and all the things. I was fascinated by the discussions that took place. They were very organic. They went in their own direction. We tried to, hone them in as much as possible for the white paper, but and that white paper is going to be released. The executive summary is on the website now, but the full paper is next week. But one of the things that when I was going through the white paper and what have you was, it's a million great ideas. Somebody has to take a leap of faith and move forward on it, like you said. But we also have to be able to finance it, right? And so a lot of times,
what does that cost?
What does it cost is the question. And what I wanted to frame in this conversation was, don't look at it as an expense, look at it as an investment, right? If we're in South Carolina and we are trying to make sure we keep the corporate base there and the manufacturing base there, right? We can't continue to be exporting talent from outside the state, that's expensive. So you have to make sure your education system is up to par. What's the ROI on that, right? As those companies become more profitable because they are reducing their overhead and bringing talent to the company, now their tax base grows, right? So how are you looking at it as an investment? South Carolina spends on average $130 million a year replacing teacher turnover, right? If you could increase or and retain teachers for a longer period of time, you eat into that $130 million expense, right? So not only do you have to have the great ideas and you have to have organizations and individuals willing to make a move for it, but you do have to also figure out how to finance it. Some of those ideas.
Pay teachers more.
That is exactly that is exactly what I'm saying.
But I think not only do you need to pay teachers more, but we have to create a support system of everything. And you could pay. Listen, I'm from Denmark, right, where we have 3 stoplights and a blinking light, and you could pay a teacher $45,000-$50,000 to start, which is more than, that's where they should be.
They're balling in Denmark on that.
Chill out.
Right.
But my point is, you still don't have computers. You still have, kids who are scrounging together lunches to go to their home to feed their kids. We have to really dig down. And on the next 4 hours, I hope we really dig down on what the issues truly are. The number one reason that children do not perform in South Carolina is because of hunger. That's the number. That should be upsetting. Whether or not you're a Southern Baptist or whether or not you're in a nation of Islam, the extremes of what we believe to be true, you should literally be upset and angry that the number one reason that kids do not perform in South Carolina is because of hunger.
One of the initial topics in the white paper was community resources. So medical, hunger, after school care, all of those wraparound services that need to also be in place in order to make sure that the child is being educated.
And we have to support our teachers.
Right.
Teachers no longer live in the community because they can't afford to, or they don't want to. Like if I'm paying you $26,000 a year to live in Denmark, that's probably not a thing that will happen.
Well, in Charleston, many of the TFA teachers who are awesome would take summer.
We're here because we love TFA.
They would take summer jobs. One of the videos we'll watch a little later, Sam Hammer, awesome teacher who's on his 4th year now in Jasper. He did his first 2 in Collinton, but he was caddying at the golf course in the summer in order to make ends meet. And that just shouldn't be necessary if you're looking for someone to establish a professional career where they're constantly giving back. But let's pivot a little bit off of discuss ed. We'll come back to some videos and people's response to that. But tell me a little bit more about your role here at TFA National and what you're responsible for and why you think it's important.
Sure. So I lead all our program in Teach for America, which means I'm responsible for the training and the support of all of our teachers, their efficacy, obviously, in the classroom and their impact with kids. And so what we're doing right now, all of our regions, South Carolina included, are really thinking about what is a 10-year impact goal they want to be true in their local communities. And it's my job to then make sure that our training and our support for our teachers, for our incoming teachers, is so great, it's modernized, it's improved. To your point, is creating those wraparound supports for our teachers in order for them to then thrive and then work towards the 10-year goal. So right now we're really focused on our pre-service work, which is how we bring folks who have not traditionally been trained to be teachers and give them the kind of rigorous and foundational training they need in order for them to enter into the first day of school ready to really accelerate their impact with kids. The support that we create around them in terms of the people supports, our coaches, but then also like what are the different resources, curriculum, tools, experiences, et cetera, that they need in order to be successful. I'm really excited. We also now have mental health supports for all of our teachers to make sure that they are being taken care of with their mental health and their mental wellness, as well as like supporting other aspects of their experience with us. That's what we've done.
I think that's tremendously important. And one of the things I've been most surprised by and proud of at Teach for America is the support we give the teachers. And I say that, so I didn't come up through, I'm not an alum of Teach for America. I did substitute teach for a little while in classrooms, which is a whole nother world. But whether you were traditionally trained, TFA, alternative path, what have you, the first day of school, you are a deer in headlights, right? And
I have no idea what they're talking about, guys.
You're just not prepared. No matter which route you got to the first day of school, you have to, in essence, learn on the job. What I find disappointing in most of the traditional education systems right now is your support ended pretty much when you finished college most of the time. Right. Maybe you have a first year of training, but at TFA, not only do we provide you training before your first day of school, but you also have a coach that's assigned to you that stays with you for the next 2 years and makes sure you're successful. Right. You know, no matter whether you're teaching or going into some other profession, success is part of the winning strategy. If you're not experiencing success early and often, you quit.
You will not keep going.
Right? In South Carolina, over 50% of the teachers leave the classroom in the first 5 years.
Don't give all your statistics. We have 4 hours.
4 more hours.
Yeah, so you're giving a lot right now.
Right. I'm gonna
slow down.
I'm gonna just be doing random statistics.
Yeah, I know. You're gonna be like, did you know that 55% of Teach for America teachers eat tacos? Slow down, okay?
I'm gonna be doing a lot. My daughter is here.
She slow down. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
She has
breathe.
Plenty about it.
Breathe. Answer a question that he did not ask.
You asked me a question earlier that I did not ask and answer, and so I'm going to answer it now. I really think that the game has changed in policy work, to be honest. And so some of that is related to what you were talking about, right? Like, how do we think about the capacity for families to get food in their communities? That's policy. How do we think about our teachers and what supports they need? That's policy. Like, all of it is really rooted in policy. And so I think that that's where the game is won.
That is.
I mean, what are we talking about right now?
Do you remember 2 years ago? I think it was 2 years ago I was going to finish this. There was a comma. But do you remember when all the teachers showed up at the State House?
Yeah.
And they took a day off and people were shocked. They shocked the conscience. And we really went with some ask, but we didn't really know. We didn't follow through with the ask. But do you understand how the system was complete?
The system paid attention.
And it was shocked.
Right.
Because I think that we have to truly understand. Well, most people don't know. And this is after I give this little short story, you can segue to wherever you go.
Okay.
Harry and Eliza Briggs in Briggs v. Elliott in 1949, which was the first case founded in the landmark election of cases known as Brown versus Board of Education, was in Clarendon County, South Carolina. People don't understand the power we have. And when those teachers showed up, it reminded me so much of Harry and Eliza Briggs, because Chief Justice Warren said that segregation causes a sense of inferiority by placing children in environments not conducive to learning. That was the first and, the most landmark words, and the people are trying to repeal it. We'll have another conversation about that repealed and overturned Plessy v. Ferguson, which says separate but equal.
Right.
But we have that power. We have that power in South Carolina. We have that power with teachers. We have that power with parents. And so I think that a lot of times we forget the power we have in our hands. And I think that teachers sometimes forget, and they have so much to do. And I dare not ask them to do any more. But sometimes we forget that we have that power and we can literally change the world.
I love it. Well said. Listen, I know you got a date night, and I don't want to keep you from that.
She got to be on time.
Right. You
she got an hour and a half.
This is literally probably maybe once a quarter, once a semester that you're gonna have this opportunity.
No, he take her out every month. I'm not gonna I don't even know him, but I ain't gonna let him fold under. You cannot say that. Got code.
Okay, you're right.
He does better than that.
Right? Thank you.
So, Lanisha, before you go, I want to remind our viewers that if you want to support what we're talking about today,
please do.
Please go to TFASC.org and make a donation. Every amount counts and makes a difference, as you've heard through these conversations. We are going to go to video where we're going to see some reactions of the participants. And I want to thank you for stopping by and having a conversation with us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
I just thought it was another bold endeavor by TFA South Carolina to really push the boundaries in education, and to, I know the process has been tedious at times, but to continuously push those boundaries for our children. I mean, if our vision is that every child deserves a great education, and we believe that through and through, then we must have these conversations.
I was in leveraging community partnerships, and it was really thinking a lot about ways in which schools and school districts can think differently about what happens outside of the traditional school day, and even thinking about what services could come through the school that would make it easier on kids and their families. I think one of the things that jumped out was really thinking hyper locally. So what are the needs of really the surrounding community? It might be second language learners, it might be kids who might need extra support after school. So we really talked a lot about integrating services, not just wrapping them around, but making them part of the educational experience.
The topic that I was involved in my subgroup was around curriculum and the relevancy of curriculum, and whether or not the curriculum is actually preparing children for the future. And so I think it just brought home this idea around how we really do need to rethink not only what our children are learning, but how they are learning in order to ensure they're actually prepared for future jobs, not current jobs.
Our demographics are going to change drastically. We're going to have a minority population of students. Our teaching force does not look like that today. It's majority, right? And so how do we prepare our pipelines that in 20 years, we're raising the numbers?
We need more great school models, that are either transforming existing public schools or giving, new ideas life, and families, frankly, that want more options for their child.
Welcome back to the TFA 10-year anniversary celebration. I'm Troy Evans, the executive director of Teach for America South Carolina.
What are you doing? How do you have a whole conversation in a 1 minute and I just hit a balloon in a 1 minute and 30-second break without me? I'm back.
I know. I was letting them know you were coming.
I know, and I heard somebody yelling in the background. They were counting down 10. I was running. I was jogging out.
Okay.
This is what we do now.
All right.
Okay,
This is what we do. We live.
Okay. We are live. We're live, but I'm here.
Well, as the audience just was able to see, great reaction to the Discuss Ed Forum, and we're going to do that
She's
every
so
year.
dope. Yeah, no. Discuss Ed. She's amazing. The work they do is amazing, and this is a worthwhile thing. So people that are watching, I hope that they give their Starbucks money, which is what I tell. Every day you go to Starbucks, you spend $6 or $7. Give your Starbucks money to Teach for America. I think you'll understand the return on investment.
Definitely. So we are going to move to another segment on the Impact Spotlights. You are probably familiar with this, Bakari. We decided to, because of COVID, we decided to not have an in-person gala for our 10-year anniversary, what have you. And we decided to do it all year long for the school year. So we started in the fall of 21 to now. And we wanted to celebrate the people who have helped make a difference with Teach for America and in education in South Carolina in general. So we call that our Impact Spotlight series. And we also have Catalyst Spotlight. So our Impact Spotlights are 40 individuals across different fields in education or education supporters that we've recognized and put out some information on them on social media throughout the year, as well as our Catalyst Spotlights are 10 individuals who Teach for America South Carolina literally would not exist without their support. And so I think we have a graphic where we can articulate who the 40 Impact Spotlight recipients were for this year. Do we have that awesome crew supporting us today? Okay. I can't see that. So I'm going to just go with the names then that are in my head.
I believe it's there.
Right. I'll tell you some of those people before we
They're
go
gonna bring
into
it over here. I'm pretty sure. So what you do is you just talk through it,
Right.
and we'll have a mysterious arm, maybe.
I know many of them off the top of my head.
Yeah, I think somebody wearing green is probably going to throw it in front
There
of
we
you.
go.
and we'll
I love it.
Oh
I
my
love it.
goodness
Here we go.
gracious. TV magic. TV. This is better than Disney World. Go ahead. Talk to them. Tell them who they are.
So we've got a lot of great people who've made an impact throughout the year. We've got teachers that I want to call attention to. We have Wanda Valencia. She was a teacher in Colleton County. I actually got to
Shout out to Colleton County.
I got to sit into her special ed class, which is a tough class to teach. And she was working and doing tremendous work with them. We also had Mary Fran Croswell, who
Good job. First of all, thank you for bringing us scripts throughout the middle of the programming. She didn't even wait till a break. She just decided to don't even worry about a commercial because we do have those videos.
Right.
She could have brought it during the video,
Yeah.
but she brought it during the middle of it. Go ahead.
She's a go-getter.
I appreciate it.
So we've got a lot of educators that we wanted to call attention to. We'll show some videos with them in a little while. Individuals like Sam Hammer, another teacher in Calenton who's in Jasper now. Brandon Johnson, assistant principal up in Greenville, South Carolina. But we also wanted to recognize people who did not just come through Teach for America, individuals like Lee Gill, who was the chief diversity officer at Clemson University. He just recently relocated, I believe, to Louisville, but he was doing tremendous work up there at Clemson. Cambrell and Monique Garvin. Cambrell is in the legislature at South Carolina in the House, which you started out, youngest member in history of South Carolina. His wife and himself were both TFA alumni and taught as well in Walterboro. We have Rachel Brayloff, who we'll see a video from her a little bit as well. But let's turn it over to Carolyn Belcher, who is one of our Impact Spotlights, and hear from her directly.
My name is Carolyn Belcher. I'm the Chief Academic Officer of Charleston County Public Schools. I was a charter school principal for 5 years in Central Harlem. And then for many years, I was also an executive at TNTP, which is a spinoff, actually, in the early days of Teach for America. And the idea was to really work with districts, states, charter schools on their most pressing student achievement challenges. So I'm responsible for all of teaching and learning in Charleston County. So that includes making decisions like around our curriculum selection, our assessment, and to the extent that we're doing this, thinking a lot about how do we staff our schools strategically. And I think the 2 years of COVID have taken their toll, both on the mental health of our students as well as of the adults. We're just not as resilient as we typically would be. And I think the adults, they can de-escalate things with kids more easily when they're in a good space themselves. So this long haul of COVID, I think that's the big thing, is mental health. I think we're very fortunate in Charleston County because we were open for students almost all of last year for in-person instruction. We did the best we could to play defense against COVID, and we could actually use these resources in a very different way than I think a lot of similar school districts across the country, and really reinvest in the kids that most need it. So thinking about a new reading curriculum that we're doing right now that's culturally relevant, but it's also really rigorous, has kids reading grade level text, debating. We have a little kindergartner who's learning the word prefer, so she prefers this lunch over that lunch. That kind of vocabulary and academic richness, I think, is a real opportunity to put kids on a trajectory towards college and career. We just have to get through the long haul that COVID has been. And I also think that the community is very invested in public schools here in Charleston County. And there's an opportunity with ESSER funding to leverage our community partners to support kids outside of school in a way that we really need.
We're trying to figure out how we're going to last 4 hours today, guys. But in the meantime, go ahead. I'm tossing it back to you, Charlie.
I think we're going to last 4 hours because we're going to have so many donations pouring in that we're going to have to recognize some people.
Who did the telethon? What was his name?
Lou Rawls.
Lou Rawls. This is who we are right now. You understand that?
Yeah.
Did your mom or grandma ever call?
You'll never find.
And he's singing. He is literally singing as the storm rolls in as we look out the window.
It was either Lou Rawls or Jerry Lewis, one of the two.
Oh, Jerry Lewis is what I was thinking about. But look, this is like UNCF, Teach for America, Lou Rawls. This is what you do. You should give a little bit because this actually matters. So I'm looking at camera one. Is that right? I have the best producers in the world. Camera one, make sure that you, and now they went off camera one. So I think I'm over here. Okay, perfect. I'm learning. This is my first time on TV. So guys, listen, make sure that you give what you can. We're not asking you to write a big check unless you can. We're not asking you to leave us in your insurance policy unless you want to, but make sure that you give a little bit to the teachers who are preparing children for the 21st century global economy. I'm sorry, toss that back to you. I had to give a pitch.
I appreciate it. And that's what I'm going to need more of from you.
We'll do it as much as we can.
But so Carolyn Belcher was the Impact Spotlight that we just showcased. Carolyn is doing great work in Charleston County School District. She is the Chief Academic Officer. She is also an alum of Teach for America. from around, I'm not exactly sure. I think she's in the early 90s classes. But she's done some great work and has been bringing some innovative ideas to the Charleston County school system since she's been there. So I'm happy to work with her and partner with her in South Carolina as she makes a difference. Carolyn, having been a Teach for America alumni, has impacted a lot of children throughout her life. So we would like to hear from those individuals who have teachers who have impacted them profoundly.
My second grade teacher was Mrs. Robinson, had a way of teaching empathy. There was a young girl in my classroom who didn't smell very well, had dirty clothes often. And the way this teacher engaged the other children in the classroom to support her in a very intangible way left a very lasting impression on me.
Dr. Bernard Zaidman. He was an AP English teacher at Greenville High School, and the class was incredibly challenging. He challenged all of us to do, more critical thinking and writing and, reading text than I'd ever really imagined that I could do. And he also saw me not giving as much effort as I could and called me out for that, and it really made me step my game up.
J.C. Phipps, an AP English course my senior year of high school. He would bunch our desks together and make learning more casual, more fun, more interactive, more engaging. So we would learn about Greek and Roman mythology, or read poetry, or dive deep into, historical literature works, and he made it fun.
Ms. Boozer taught algebra in high school. She taught a lot of math in high school, but I first met her in Algebra 1. And Ms. Boozer just pushed the work at you and pushed the work at you. And I'm saying, whoa, stop this. And Ms. Boozer said, no, I see something in you. And I thought, this woman's crazy. But she kept saying it, and pretty soon I believed it.
Tree and there.
There's big trees out there.
So,
but that big old green one is humongous.
It's humongous? Did you say humongous?
That green tree is humongous.
That green tree is humongous.
So we're joined by three very special guests.
We have a better conversation.
Better
going on
conversation.
than anything you and I can have right now. The tree is humongous. Who's older? Do you know who's older? That tree. Okay. Okay.
Green.
It's green tree. How old are your twins?
They're 4, right?
Oh my goodness! High five.
Good job. Good job.
Can I get some? Oh.
So let me introduce you to my first why for why I'm in Teach for America and I do what I do. This is my daughter, Bella. This is my son, Kingston. This is Cairo. This is my son.
I hope
Kingston.
we can edit the fact that he doesn't know which child is.
I'm looking at the back of their heads and they're identical. So, oh, hey, Cairo.
How do you tell the difference between the two?
It's very hard. They have to be sitting next to each other in order for me to do it. And I had to be looking at their faces, not the back of their heads. But I'm glad you all were able to join me. And thanks for coming out today.
How old are you guys?
4.
4? How old are you, Bella? What do you want to be when you grow up, Bella?
I want to
What are you going to engineer? That's a great answer, Bella.
It changes every day. It's always something exciting, right? How many careers have you told me you want to do?
More than 20?
Well, name some of them.
More than 20.
Ice skater.
Well, those 2 things you can do together.
Writer.
You can do that. Engineer, apparently.
Yeah.
Zoologist.
Ooh, I love animals.
Paleontologist.
Oh yeah, paleontologist.
Paleontologist,
Fashion
zoologist.
show, something.
Ooh, fashion. I know this exciting dance fast. It's a snow fake.
And a fashion model. Want to do a lot.
I know spits, snow jet going down here.
What are you talking about? What I mean? Do we need to have a conversation, you and I?
So Bella, And Kingston and Cairo. Do you know he has twins?
I have twins. Sadie and Stokely, they're 3 though.
They're 3 years old. Maybe they
So
can play.
Stokely's favorite thing is he is Spider-Man. Do you guys like Spider-Man?
I like Spider-Man, but my favorite one is Spider-Man. My favorite one is Dr. Sam. I like Dr.
Catboy, we're doing no, that's PJ Masks characters. PJ Masks characters right now.
I got it. I figured as much. So we like Spider-Man, and my daughter, because it's boy girl, she likes to be mermaid. So we're mermaids and Spider-Mans. You love mermaids too?
I like Spider-Man. I like that one.
So let me ask you a question, Bella. Who's your favorite teacher?
Miss Morgan, my home tutor, and Miss Erin, my other home tutor.
You're in their class right now, though, because let me suggest that if anybody asks you that question, you name a teacher that's present so you can pass that grade. As your lawyer, let me tell you that.
All right, I'm going to talk to Bella for a little while. Is that okay, boys? Okay, you can take my water. Okay, thank you. That's okay. They can take it.
We don't have 2 waters. Do we have 2 waters?
We're gonna get you another one, okay, Kingston? All right, thank you.
Did you want to say hello to the people?
All right, thank you guys.
Oh man, they were great. I mean, they're knocking down the microphones and everything.
Yeah, doing a good job of that. So hopefully it's still working. But Bella, welcome to the Teach for America celebration. How are you?
Good.
This is Mr. Bakari Sellers.
Hello, Bella. I'm here to ask the difficult questions, okay?
So Bella, Bella has been actually being homeschooled for the past 2 years because of the pandemic, but she's going to be going in the fall. And so we're excited about that, right? Going back to public school. And so you were started off at ECDC at the College of Charleston for kindergarten, right?
Yes.
And that was fun, right?
Yes.
Yes, it was. So it's been a difficult 2 years, obviously, with the pandemic, but I've been amazed at some of the things you've learned, and I like to ask you some questions about them. All right. So first, how old are you again? 8 years old. All right.
What grade are you in, Bella?
7th.
She has the early birthday, so you missed the cutoff, which is another thing that we need to address in public schools, the cutoff year and date and whatnot. I've been super impressed by something you've been doing the past month that I'd like to hear a little bit more about, and that is your newsletter you've been publishing. Why don't you tell everybody about your newsletter? What's it called?
It's called News for Young and Old because anybody can read it, and I publish it every Friday.
That's right.
So is it out today?
It is.
Yes.
And let me see.
I'll send it to you, actually.
Yeah, send it to me because I need to read this. I don't know what you're talking about today,
It's
Bella.
the 7th issue.
The 7th issue? I like it. What did you cover in the last couple of weeks, Bella?
A lot. I put
A lot.
race in it, and we had a race. I forgot which Sunday.
It was 2 Sundays ago, or 1 Sunday ago.
Yes.
So you do know most people watching this, they like are on their couches and they need more to do. And how old are you, Bella?
8.
You're 8 and you have an entire newsletter, Bella. Yes. I just want you to know and there are people in this room who are watching. I'm looking at some of you all who, Bella's 8 and she has a whole newsletter. Okay, yep. I'm sorry, Bella, go ahead. Tell them what else you're doing with your life. What's your favorite subject, Bella?
Between journal and science.
And you want to be what when you grow up?
A writer or an engineer.
Man, look at this. Okay. This is
So you got some funny jokes in your newsletter too.
Oh yeah.
Do you know a joke? Can you tell a joke?
My teacher came up with this one. What did Justin Timberlake say on April 30th?
It's gonna be May.
Yes.
I'm good with dad jokes. I got dad jokes for days.
Dad
Okay,
jokes
I
for
just want you to know I
days.
got that.
So she's got a joke section. She's got you gave advice to mothers to be recently, which I thought was very interesting that you were able to offer that
What was
advice.
your advice?
So I gave advice to a future mom. She's going to have a baby in maybe July.
Okay.
And I gave advice on how to be a great parent.
And what did you say? Because this is bold.
Right.
This is a little, I mean, this is a little out there.
Well, I said to tell yourself I will be a great parent.
Give yourself a
more
little
than 50
grace.
times.
Okay.
And to buy the basics, like diapers.
Good idea.
And a nice soft bed.
And a nice soft bed. I like it. I like it. Another thing that I've been pleasantly surprised by and very interested in that you've been doing is reading a lot. I have been buying you books at least 5 a week now because you are reading a book every 2 days. And these are 350-page chapter books. And I am blown away that you are able to digest them. What did you say you want your nickname to be?
Bookworm Bella.
Bookworm Bella. Okay. So you are digesting these books. Tell us about some of these books you're reading.
I'm reading the 6th book of a series of unfortunate events.
Oh, wow.
And I finished one in 2 days once.
Okay.
And I read a book called 13 Witches. Very long book. And another book that took me maybe a month or 2.
And
what took you a month or 2, Bella? Because I can't imagine that being. You just didn't like it that much.
I did, but I had other things on my schedule.
Oh. Well.
And I've been buying you.
Excuse me. I know how that is.
I've been buying you a lot of Black female empowerment books for your age appropriate. I think you have Amari and the Knight Brothers.
Yes, I love that book.
And what, the Parker Inheritance?
Yes.
What else did you have?
Parker.
You had from the desk of
Zoe Washington.
From the desk of Zoe Washington.
I had A Good Kind of Trouble.
A Good Kind of Trouble, who is after John Lewis, Congressman John Lewis. The title comes from. What else? You didn't know that, but and we did a lot during Black History too. We read.
Have you read My Vanishing Country or Who Are Your People? I mean,
so
Who Are Your People is a little young for you, but did you even get my books for your kids?
So I did get My Vanishing Country.
Okay, we're going to commercial break right now because right now we're having a disagreement.
No, actually, what I noticed was Who Are Your People came right out after Born on the Water.
What does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
Well, because I just bought Born on the Water.
Oh, so he can buy 2 books. Okay. All right.
I'm donating to TFA.
The boys need Who Are Your People?
I will get that, but it's got to get autographed.
Oh, that's easy. I mean,
Right.
the fact you don't have it here.
Right. I know somebody was supposed to get that, but I don't know.
This Bella is an uphill struggle. I'm trying.
But you enjoyed Born on the Water, right?
Yes.
Yep. And you.
What's your favorite book?
Yeah.
Maybe all 13 of the series of unfortunate events.
Just bring it on up. Don't even worry about it. Just don't give it to him. He didn't get it. So this is Who Are Your People? Do you have this yet?
No.
Okay. This is written by Bakari Sellers, who is a magnificent author.
And you.
Yeah. So here, I'm gifting this to you. I'll autograph it later. Make sure. What I want you to do is read it to your brothers.
Okay.
Can you do that for me?
Yes.
Yeah, and the guy on the back up. Oh my goodness. Great author.
What do you say?
Yes. See?
When you get something, what do you say?
Thank you.
Oh, don't even worry about it. That's from me to you. It's good. I don't know whoever I will pay full price for whoever brought that over.
Right.
I can't believe you didn't even get your kids my book. Dude, we're sitting here for 4 hours.
Yeah,
You didn't even get the book.
You're right. I was like, I'm going to introduce them to you in person.
Oh my goodness.
But Bella, you're going to be reading My Vanishing Country soon.
Yes.
In a couple of years. It was an excellent book, and it's all about South Carolina, where Bakari grew up at.
It is.
Okay.
I can't wait for you to tell me how you feel about it.
So we're gonna let you go. We're not gonna keep you too much longer because I know the boys are getting antsy. Okay, but you're gonna see Miss Morgan again on Monday. You want to tell her anything?
I'd like to say thank you for being such a great teacher, and I
Work hard for those A's. Work hard for those A's.
And I hope never to have another hard test again.
Oh my goodness. There you go.
Good job. I'm
Ask
very
for what
proud
you
of
want,
you.
Bella. Ask for what you want. I love you, Bella. Thank you so much.
All right, Bella, we are going to show an impact spotlight. I'm going to let you introduce it. Let's see if you can read the name up there on the board underneath Impact Spotlight. What does that say? Can you tell? Yep. That is correct. Danielle Stokes, our next Impact Spotlight recipient. I would like to introduce you to her. Good job.
All right, good.
My name is Danielle Stokes, and I'm currently a 7th grade math teacher at Northwest Middle School in Greenville County, South Carolina. When I applied for Teach for America, I was a senior in college. I really didn't know what I wanted to do. I knew I wanted to work with kids, and I primarily wanted to work with special education. And I was like, I don't really know what I'm going to do. So let's apply to Teach for America. Let's see if I get in. At least that'll give me a jump into education and see if I enjoy teaching or what I want to do from there. And so I applied on a whim. And I got in, and I was shocked. And then I found out that was in the day where you found out you got in, and then you had to do your placement. And so I got into South Carolina, and I was really concerned coming from New Jersey, coming from the north. It was going to be a big difference. I was like, it's fine. Maybe I'll get near Charleston. It'll be great. And I got placed in small town Lamar, South Carolina. And I remember driving through and being like, I don't know if I can do this. This is so different than how I grew up. This is so different than what I'm used to. But I am so happy I stuck it out. And I'm so happy I did the experience. I have such fond memories of Lamar. It almost brings tears to my eyes thinking about my time there. So instead of staying for the 2 years, I stayed for the 4. And like I said, I just have the greatest memories of Lamar and my students and my community and just how supportive they are. I would say if you're a core member coming to South Carolina and you have not grown up in South Carolina, do not knock it when you get here. You will be amazed about the impact that the children will have on you and you will have on the children. It really might turn into the best 2 years of your life, which could turn into the best 4 years of your life.
Welcome back. Thank you for joining us again to Teach for America.
We can tell them what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Your daughter is brilliant.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm trying to figure out what do I need to do to how do you, as a parent, this is a conversation that we're going to let you guys into a black men conversation in a barbershop. So how do you get your children to be that articulate and that smart and that comfortable in who she is? I mean, I know she has an amazing mom, right? But as a father, what do you do?
So that's an excellent question. I wish I had all the answers.
I know it's not on script. I'm sorry for asking, but I was just that impressed.
I place a lot of value on her education. And one of the things I started doing, which I would encourage everyone to do, is read to their kids every night if possible.
Especially black men. Because, a lot of times we leave that, we're working, we get home late, we want to eat, we want to watch a little basketball. I'm actually talking about myself. Right. I have to do a better job. And we're like, you wife do bedtime. But we have to start doing that, don't we?
Yeah, definitely. And so I just made it a decision to buy a lot of books early on and just read every night. And then just something kicked in where she wanted to start reading on her own. And I wanted to encourage that. So when I say I'm literally buying 5 books a week, I'm literally buying 5 books a week. And
your daughter's so dope, man. I mean, and the boys are cool. I mean, boys are different.
I think they want to watch Spider-Man videos at night.
Oh
so
my God.
I have to get them on the
No, I get it. My little girl is amazing. I mean, she is utterly amazing. But watching your daughter, I can honestly say, whatever you've been doing, I mean, your daughter's only, how old is she? 8. Yeah. I would love for my daughter to be where your daughter is at 8. So
I appreciate that.
I appreciate you being a great dad. That's Morehouse man talking to Morehouse man. I know. Don't worry about it. Everybody understand that. But go ahead. You continue on the script. I mean, we had an emotional moment for a second, but continue.
No, it was a good off-camera moment. So, but I did want to welcome everyone back. Mentioning Danielle Stokes, the Impact Spotlight teacher. I thought that was very interesting what she said about coming to Lamar, South Carolina for the first time and being a little bit hesitant. And I think you could probably relate, right? Because teachers are not necessarily drawn to some of the rural areas in South Carolina right off the bat. They want to navigate towards the Charlestons or the Greenvilles or the Columbias, but we need help.
But it's
areas.
Hard though. I mean, say for Teach for America, right? Let's take Teach for America out the equation. How do you get a teacher to come to Denmark, South Carolina, or in Allendale? You're gonna make $28,000 a year and live in Swansea,
right?
It's difficult. It's difficult. And so that's why we appreciate the work that Teach for America does, because they can supplement and help and aid individuals who, I mean, we need more people like, I mean, if your daughter's 8 now, if she's in 16 years, what is that? How's that math work? 24?
That would be
I think so. I'm a
correct.
lawyer. I don't
That's correct.
So at 24 years old, if she wanted to come to Denmark, I want her to be able to be comfortable and be able to just teach her kids and not have to teach and work at Wild Wings.
Right.
I mean, is that
right?
I mean, respectfully, is that a terrible wish for me to have?
No, it's not. And the other thing, though, is not only just paying them comfortably to be able to be in wherever they want to be, but also the gender difference, right? Because most of the teachers are women because they're not head of household on income, and therefore they can afford to be teachers because they have someone helping to supplement the income.
Well, I like the guests we're having, because every guest, because I mean, one of the questions I had in my head when we were doing this is like, why are 2 guys up here talking about it? But I appreciate the guests that we're having. We've had an amazing guest. We've had Bella. I look forward to the rest of the guests we're having. But I just gave us not a speech, but just a talk in Richland School District 1. I was at Dreer High School, and all of the people from the community, I literally gave a speech and then a small segment, which was probably 30 parents, teachers, stakeholders, and there was only one guy in both, and he was a ROTC teacher. And so I know the work that, and so look, I know that I'm looking in the camera and I'm looking this camera. Am I right? Give me a thumbs up. Okay. Look, guys, I know that you're at home. I want you to give the money you can. The money you're going to buy beer with. I just need one beer, because you go to Hooters, that's $6. And if you get a 23 ounce, that's $8 and some change. Don't ask me why I know these prices. But go and give the money you can. But even more importantly, make sure that we're encouraging more Black men to be professionals in the realm of education. We need more Black men teachers, more Black men guidance counselors, more Black men that are a part of Teach for America.
Definitely. One of the
was that on our script, or I'm off script all day?
I like it, but
okay, I'm sorry.
It made me think about one of the programs I like a lot is Call Me Mr.
Call Me Mr. Shout out to Clemson, South Carolina State. I'm actually doing a Call Me Mr. program at the end of the year. Shout out to, I mean, look, I mean, it's okay to be a law enforcement officer. It's okay to be a teacher. It's okay to do these things, because I firmly believe that, for example, you can't teach a Black kid to be a Black doctor if they've never seen one. You can't teach a Black kid to be a Black lawyer if they've never seen one. And we need to make sure that we are giving our young people the opportunity to dream with their eyes open. That was very powerful. So I need you to segue into whatever we're doing next, because I lifted us up. So segue.
Definitely. I understand. And, you know, not only do they have to see what they want to be when we're talking about teachers, one of the things that came out of that Discuss Ed conversation was that in South Carolina in particular, you've got a population of students that does not see themselves reflected, gender or race, in their teachers. And that has a negative impact on student achievement outcomes. So we need to make sure that we're addressing that. You can help by donating at TFASC.org, TFASC.org. And we're going to also move in now to one of the teachers who is a Teach for America South Carolina alum. And his name is Quentin Martin. I love his video. I'll catch you on the other side.
Well, my claim to fame is that I see the sun rise and I see it set every day. And so in the morning, it really depends on the morning, depending on the vibe. So some mornings it's gospel or a sermon. Some mornings it's just whatever comes on the radio. I've been blessed to live in all types of places, you know, right after college, big cities, small cities. In Nashville, I lived in a very nice suburb. And so when I came to Columbia, I decided that I was going to live in the inner city in what some consider to be a very sketchy part of town. Been there 3 years strong now. So. Hey Siri, play gospel.
Now playing gospel radio.
It's a district of longevity. The people here, good. When I say loyal people, loyal. For every great doctor, lawyer, politician, they all had to be taught. If teachers weren't there to inspire the next great culture thinkers or thought leaders, then where would we be? What keeps me in the position to grapple challenges would be the fact that I keep a vision. And so I'm very solution oriented, and I'm also I'm going to get it done regardless of what's going on. Every great teacher has friends that are teachers, because it's kind of like a fraternity where people don't really understand unless they're in that work. And I also have just a friend circle that's back home that I can call and give my gripes to. And moms are really good to gripe to. She understands from the parental perspective as well.
What does one day look like?
One day for me is when any student, no matter race, creed, color, sexual orientation, or socioeconomic status, can aspire to be anything that they want to be. And so we need students to be able to do what it is they want to do, regardless of any of those man-made barriers that we have constructed for them. That's the thing that really drives my story, is that every child can, with modifications. I'm Quentin Martin, a third-year teacher at Manning Elementary School and a proud Teach for America South Carolina alum.
You good? Don't run in here like that. So what we're doing, I was trying to let him spend some time with his family, but what we're doing is we're going to the Impact Catalyst Awards. One of the things that we talk about all the time are the teachers that make a difference, the people who are in our environment and in our ecosystem to make a difference. And so we wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to honor them, because we're from the South, and there's a special saying that says you have to give people their flowers while they're living. And so I think there's a graphic going up on the screen. I would appreciate that graphic being there, because our production people are A++. Josh Bell.
Yes.
Now, I've known Josh Bell for a long time. I don't know, is it up? Yes, there it is. Josh Bell, I've known for a long time, since Teach for America came to South Carolina. Josh is so dope and an amazing individual. We want to make sure we acknowledge all of these individuals. And respectfully.
And Josh in particular.
I need to go to Darla Moore.
Okay, I can't say you.
No, I mean, because I want to go to the billionaire on the list. You can talk about Josh.
Okay.
Go ahead, talk about Josh.
No, I was just, and me being the number 2 executive director.
But okay, all right. Anyway, Darla Moore is the billionaire on the list. Shout out to Darla Moore from the PD. You can go ahead,
we keep talking about Darla Moore too. We wouldn't exist in South Carolina without Darla's initial investment. She was on Teach for America's national board and brought South Carolina.
Can I just tell you, Darla is somebody who, if my daughter grew up and said she wanted to be like Darla Moore, I would appreciate it. She's somebody who is so dynamic. She's so dope. She's made a ton of money in a world where women do not succeed often. She's tossed norms on their head, and she doesn't even care. She's from the PD, and she gives back so much. And so shout out to Darla Moore just for caring about all of us. And I think that we need to make sure that we take a special pause and give a shout out to Darla Moore. Deborah Sonkin.
Deborah Sonkin was the first board chair for Teach for America South Carolina. So she was actually part of the reason why I came to South Carolina. But also she put all of the other board members together in order to gain some support. So without Deborah's effort, we wouldn't be successful as well.
Who put Tommy on the board? I'm trying to figure out who put Tommy Preston. How did Tommy Preston get an award and I didn't get an award? Because I know that if Tommy got an award, I definitely deserve an award.
Well, Tommy knows Deborah.
Okay.
So,
all right. Explains enough.
Yeah, no, Tommy took me to Rodney Scott's barbecue when I first came.
You kind of easy.
Yeah. He took me to Rodney Scott's barbecue my first week in Charleston, made me feel very welcome. It opened up a lot of doors to conversations I need to have in South Carolina, and was really a strong advocate and counsel and helping me to navigate the state. So without Tommy, we wouldn't have success.
Tommy's a dope dude. Tommy was one of the few Black SGA presidents from the University of South Carolina. I want you guys to text to donate If she moves her head out the way, text TFA10 to 44321 or TFASC.org/donate. Again, that's text to donate. Text TFA10 to 44321 or TFA.sc.org/donate. William Brown.
William Brown is the founder of Legacy Early College up in Greenville.
So Legacy, by the way, they recruit. Let's just get that out of the way. They
Okay.
recruit a lot of great high school players. But Legacy he started that?
Yes, he did. Yeah,
it's a great school.
It's
too.
an awesome school. I love meeting with William.
They do recruit though.
Okay.
They play public school sports, but they recruit.
Is that right? Okay, I don't know about that.
They some monsters too. But go ahead. No, go ahead.
So Legacy is an awesome school, elementary, middle, and high. We have a partnership with him where he actually helped us expand into the upstate. So Darla brought us to South Carolina, but we were primarily focused in the PD. Josh Bell opened it up and we went down into the low country. William Brown was one of the first schools and funders to say, I would like you to be in the upstate.
And I love that. I mean, shout out, because Legacy Early College is an amazing school. The way they teach those kids, the way they're prepared. Early college is a great name for Legacy, because every kid that comes out of Legacy, football, basketball, men's, women's basketball, they're all prepared for the next level. So shout out to William Brown, and shout out to Gavin Jackson, who's one of my best friends in the world who works at Legacy.
And William, we'll hear from William a little bit later, but a few things, I really love about him is,
what does he do? What's his?
He was a CPA by training. So
Gotcha.
He started in the accounting world.
And looking at his picture, he has great hair.
Yeah. So he, one of the things, when I walked through the halls at Legacy, is such a very nice campus. And
reminds me of River Bluff. Have you been to River Bluff?
I have not been to River Bluff.
Oh my goodness. River Bluff is like, so one of the things we have in South Carolina is this inequitable way we fund schools.
Mm-hmm.
And I use River Bluff or Spartanburg Dorman as but these schools are just amazing. Like in South Carolina, we still have open air schools. Are you familiar with those?
No.
So open air schools are where, like Blackfield Hilda, which is where you have one of the first school shootings in the history of the country. And open air schools are where you have hallways that you walk from one building to another or one classroom to another, and it's just outside.
Mm-hmm.
So they're referred to as open air schools. And when you look at the fact that you still have open air schools, particularly in low country, but you look at like River Bluff or some of these other schools, you really dig deep into the issues that we're having in South Carolina in terms of the unequitable, unequitable is not a word, inequitable.
Yep.
I don't know. Do we have an English teacher around?
We probably do have an English teacher somewhere in here.
It's inequitable, isn't it?
I'm not an English teacher.
Well, we'll just throw that
And
out
spelling
there.
is my
It just ain't right.
Right.
Yeah, there we go. It just ain't right. So, but we have to do a better job, as well as supporting Teach for America. We have to do a better job of supporting the holistic approach. I know that was a Susie Shannon. I went off topic. I know.
That's okay. I did want to say the thing I like about William and the beauty of his campus is it's intentional.
No, you have to be intentional.
He does not want those kids to feel like they don't have the same access.
Dude, let me tell you, I bought 1,300 desks for, this is random and absolutely nobody knows this. So I don't know what I'm talking about. But about 3 years ago, I bought 1,300 desks for Hampton, Allendale, Bamberg schools because of the fact that you remember when you were in, did you go to public schools in South Carolina?
No, I went to public schools in Cleveland.
Well, anyway, in South Carolina, like we would, you would have desks and you could literally see names from like a decade ago.
Right.
There would be gum,
right,
still stuck, like from a decade ago.
Right.
Like, and so what I wanted to do was, because you're there, your desk is yours.
Right.
Like when you're in first, second, third grade, your desk is yours. So I bought these desks so that kids would know. And it was new. So they felt comfortable being there every single day. So they didn't have anything that was old. Sometimes your desk would rock.
Right.
And I think that's what William and Legacy is doing. It's giving people confidence to be able to go in and learn. And that's so important.
Yep.
Susie Shannon.
Yep. Susie is one of the first people to argue on the floor of the State House that Teach for America should be allowed to come to South Carolina and be an alternative pathway into the classroom. Unfortunately, it's kind of amazing to me that you had to make that argument in the first place, but The reason why alternative pathway exists is because the traditional method to get into the classroom is not filling the pipeline. And so 10 years ago, she was one of the first people to argue on the floor that Teach for America South Carolina should exist.
Can we go to a video from Susie while we're here? We have Darren and Kimberly. Don't worry, Hayward. I know all of y'all. We're gonna get to you guys, but I wanna first bring on a video from Susie Shannon, who's the president and CEO of South Carolina Council on Competitiveness.
Let's do it. Is it?
Okay.
All right, we'll come back to that video.
It's live TV, guys.
Right.
So throw back up that image of Darren Gross.
Goss.
So, I see they got me all messed up.
Yeah.
Too. So
Right?
Darren Goss, President and CEO, Coastal Community Foundation. Yeah. Talk about Darren.
Darren is awesome. Darren.
Is there anybody you don't like?
No, that's why they're catalysts.
But the people if he doesn't like you, you did not win an award, guys. I'm sorry.
No, well, the fact is, right, that these individuals, especially at the catalyst level, make my job easier, right? Because I need to be able to get into conversations with people I might not have relationships with. They make introductions for me. Darren is the CEO of Coastal Community Foundation, and they have 3 pillars, one of them being education. So making sure that they are providing funds that the community brings together for education in South Carolina. Darren also has a long history with Teach for America. He was he worked at Wofford College when he was younger and introduced a lot of the students there to Teach for America. So without his support, he just funded, not him individually, but his organization, Coastal Community Foundation, just funded our new teacher academy, which we're going to hear a little bit about later, which is in Colleton and Jasper and Hampton, which we are saying we do 2 things well at Teach for America. We bring teachers to the state, but then we prepare them well. Well, we're not doing anyone any favors if we keep that information and that expertise proprietary, right? We need to make sure that we're sharing that with all first and second year teachers. So we just put together a program called New Teacher Academy, which Darren's foundation funded, where we go in and teach and train any first and second year teacher and give them the same support that we give our own Teach for America core members.
Kimberly Mason, and I hope a producer will tell me over my shoulder right here when we're ready to go back to Susie Shannon, but Kimberly Mason.
Kimberly Mason is a principal at Darlington School District, and she has been a supporter for day one, an advocate for Teach for America being in Darlington, as well as she participated in our Discuss Ed conversation. So we saw a video from her a little bit earlier. And I'm actually going to save Hayward Jean for Tess Holt to talk a little bit about later, because she's one of the main reasons why he was elected and nominated as a catalyst.
I've been to Hayward School.
Yeah, Orangeburg, yep.
And I've been in a boxing ring.
Okay.
I'll let him tell you about all of that.
Okay.
So one of the things we want to do is make sure that and I'll let you do this, pitch to tell people how to donate.
Yes, please donate at Teach for America, TFASC.org/donate, TFASC.org/donate, or you can text to donate at TFASC10 by text TFASC10 to 44321.
Start over, because you mumbled through. I don't even know what
44321. Isn't that how a rap song starts? But
no, it's who? Mike Jones.
Right.
Who? What's Mike Jones' phone number? I know some of the women back here. What is Mike Jones' phone number? 5. Oh my goodness, we have to pull that up. We're gonna pull that up. We're gonna put that on the screen.
They've been studying. No, you can text TFASC10 to 44321. Text TFASC10 to 44321, or go to our website at tfasc.org/donate. We now have that catalyst video from Susie Shannon that we would like to share with you.
President and CEO of the South Carolina Council of
Competitiveness.
Competitiveness.
Here we go.
All right.
My name is Susie Shannon. I serve as President and CEO of the South Carolina Council on Competitiveness. The South Carolina Council on Competitiveness and the work that I do there, actually we like to be called SC Competes, which gives you a little bit more of a flavor about why we exist and what we serve to do. We are a nonprofit public charity designed on a collaborative framework working with public, private, and academic to undertake actionable research like economic impact studies, like the $89 billion impact of technology and cybersecurity, nurturing and managing industry clusters like aerospace, logistics, technology, cybersecurity. And then evergreen issue, of course, is education and workforce development, both K through 12 and higher education. My first coupling with Teach for America and that relationship actually dates back to more than 10 years ago. I was actually part of the testimony before the South Carolina State Board of Education advocating for Teach for America core members to be recognized as a pathway for teachers in the classroom. We're actually working with the South Carolina Department of Education to develop out an AI-specific curriculum that can thread through K through 12 and sort of glide and migrate over into higher education to get our kids ready for careers, college, and citizenship. Our team at SC Competes gets up early and actually steps inside the classroom and work to get kids excited about logistics and supply chain careers through gamification strategies. I would say alternative teacher education pathways are critical for a number of reasons. One, in those schools and districts and those local communities that are being challenged in recruiting and retaining teachers, I think that we need to open up every avenue possible in order to allow for more opportunities for teachers to enjoy the experiences in those schools and to have the students to also enjoy the benefit of those learning opportunities. And then, you know, part of what we need to be thinking about for future is transformational learning and innovative strategies and meeting students where they are. And if it's not along the traditional educational platform or pathway, then we need to grab those extraordinary and passionate minds wherever we find them. If you want to run faster, go alone. If you want to go farther, go together. That's the mantra we live by.
We got him playing Mike Jones out here doing a break. Yeah, you got to get your Mike Jones in. I mean, she's not coming over here because she went to, where'd you go to school? UGA. Yeah, UGA, went to HBCU.
Yeah,
that's okay.
That's okay. It all matters.
Everybody has to go to it. Yeah.
All right, she's doing some important work now. You know?
there you go. All right, we got video number. Oh, we got to react to this video. I'm following instructions.
Right. Yeah, I can see that. Well, Susie, do you know Susie?
I know of Susie.
Okay.
And I actually appreciate the work that they do. Yeah. And South Carolina Council on Competitiveness, got to get it out. Make sure that we actually are doing the work necessary for children to succeed in a 21st century global economy, which is what we've been talking about the entire day.
Exactly. So yeah, Susie was, like I said, instrumental in bringing us here, but she's also been very helpful to me in my time as executive director. And so, excuse me, I appreciate your help, Susie, and all the work you do as well. We're going to also go to Impact Spotlight.
No, got to raise money. It says it right here.
Oh, okay.
What does that say?
Raise money.
Make fundraising appeal.
That's correct.
So you want me to go or you want to go?
You go.
So make sure, I'm looking in camera one here, make sure you give what you can. And look, this is not a difficult task. Give your Starbucks money. That's what I'm asking you for. I haven't asked you for anything more. The more we go through the night, the more I'll ask you for. But right now, I want your Starbucks money. I want your $8. I want your $9, your $10. The money you spend in the morning every day in the Starbucks line, I want you to give it to Teach for America. I want you to go to text to donate TFASC 10 to 44321. Oh, that's pretty dope. I just realized that it's 44321 or tfasc.org/donate. We want your Starbucks money right now. That's all we want. And because the work Susie does and the vision that we have, and the fact you got two dope dudes up here, we're decently handsome. Well, he's decently, I'm very handsome. but we'll dig in that later. But the fact is, we want you to give what you can to make sure that we're educating our young people for a 21st century global economy.
I love it. That reminds me of Diddy Runs the City. You remember that?
I do remember that.
I think that was the first time somebody motivated me to get off the couch and send $10 in was when Diddy ran the city. And he was on Oprah's show. And I was like, you know what? If he can run a marathon, I mean, it was like 20 years ago. So, I think the first time I maybe had an extra $10.
That may be true. Because Atlanta, but if you did it, you bought a bottle of Alizé and a club in Buckhead, right? That's what we did. We all pitched in together. Don't worry about that. Don't even worry about that.
Right. So this is the new version of Diddy Runs the City. This is Teach for America's South Carolina 10-year anniversary telethon. So we're going to kick it over to our next Impact Spotlight recipient, who is a Florida A&M, FAMU.
You said it right, Florida A&M.
Yeah.
Where'd you go to school again?
Right, I went to Morehouse. FAMU's.
Don't be embarrassed.
Graduate and alum, Miss Audrey Lane.
Don't be embarrassing us.
My name is Audrey Lane, and I'm the Executive Director of the E3 Foundation, Educate, Empower, Elevate. My career started as an engineer. That is what my degree is in, and I also have an MBA. So I was in the private sector, business development, and just felt a call on my life, quite frankly, to come into education and do something different after the birth of my first son. So I've been in Charleston in education as a senior leader in the Charleston County School District for almost 7 or 8 years. Started doing some consulting, and a friend and business partner of mine, Letitia Vaughn, and I decided that we wanted to stay in education, but we wanted to do it the way we thought it needed to be done for our community, Black and Brown individuals, and we started E3. So the mission of E3 is to really educate, empower, and elevate communities of color who've been marginalized for many, many years and connect them and be an advocate for them with systems that have been inequitable for many, many years. I am affiliated with TFA South Carolina because when I was the Deputy for Human Capital Development for the Charleston County School District, teacher quality and recruitment were a part of my portfolio. And at the time, we really were looking for students and to be able to have individuals who reflected our communities, but also who really believed in the students and the culture. We could do that across all of our teachers, but we really wanted to accelerate that. And at the time, one of the options was to partner with TFA. I've just been a supporter and a partner since then. Teach for America is an asset to our community. They are one alternative pipeline into our educational system. I think in partnership with other institutes of higher ed, other alternative pipelines, we can meet the teacher shortage and also have teachers that are at least having conversations around equity and culture and elevating the pedagogy and the curriculum for the students that we're serving in our community.
Oh my goodness, they snuck up on me.
We are back.
Ain't nobody. I'm leaning down. They like 3, 2, 1. I mean,
start the countdown at 10.
Yeah, we got.
Not at
we
3.
Gotta have a
Okay.
conversation and doing a commercial break about this. I don't know who hired them. Who did that to them?
They're doing great work.
No, they're doing great work. No, shout out to them catching us off guard.
So Audrey Lane just started a new program, a new organization called E3. She partnered with Letitia Vaughn, who is.
How do you remember all this? You studied.
I work with these people every day.
Like you studied. I mean, I got the notes, but I mean, I didn't study like this.
It's easy because these people are actually, they deserve the recognition they're getting. And Audrey's been doing it for a long time. She was an important reason why TFA expanded into the Charleston area. She used to work at Charleston County School District. Letitia Vaughn was at Tri-County Cradle to Career and just partnered with Audrey on founding E3, Empower, Elevate, and Educate. And so they're doing some great work. Letitia is also on my board, and so she supports TFA's work. And, I just look at it, as we're not going to accomplish the goals that we have in education, working in silos, not playing, with nice on the playground. We've got to make sure we're amplifying our efforts through the other organizations. And so that's what, organizations like E3 have been doing with Teach for America, South Carolina. Everybody's playing their role, but we're all working toward a common goal.
So let's raise some money for it. So text to donate at TFASC10 at 44321 or TFASC.org/donate. And the reason we're donating is why? Because we're here raising money for things that actually matter. We've been here for 1 hour and 41 minutes now. The third hour, we're going to start saying that you need to give us your bar money. So right now I'm at your Starbucks money.
Okay.
The third hour, the money you spent last night at Cinco de Mayo, like the money you're going to spend this weekend at the bar or club, you can actually impact things. People always ask me, how can I make a difference? What can I do to actually change things around us? This is a simple way that you can change things around you. So I am making a ask of you. So text to donate it TFASC10 to 44321 or TFASC.org/donate. And I'm excited because Tessa's been here too long, but she's coming up in a minute.
She is. She's one of my heroes. But before
that's cute. That's
yes,
sweet.
she is. Before she joins us on set, let's hear from her directly with her video about the work she does at Teach for America, South Carolina. And maybe we'll actually just talk to her directly and then have the video. Is that what we should do, team? Sounds like it. Tess, come on up. All right.
But you can't be sending your video through Snapchat. Next time, send your video through like Dropbox, like they ask you to, Tess.
Tess, like
yes, you are.
Tess,
are you
Tess
I think so. We'll get you in frame in 1 second.
So this is Tess Holt. I'm going to let you introduce yourself and your title at Teach for America, South Carolina.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tess Holt. I serve as the Senior Managing Director of the Leadership Development Team. Mouthful, but yeah.
And I consider you one of my heroes because you have done and always have done tremendous work since I've joined the organization. You were here before me, but you are really, when you have a nonprofit organization, no matter what, you have to have an operations team and you got to keep track of the money and whatnot. But at the end of the day, it's about the work you're doing. It's how you're executing, and the work we're doing and how we're executing is led by your team because you are supporting and recruiting and placing the teachers in South Carolina.
That's all you.
That's all Tess. And when I ask her, what about such and such teacher?
That's me.
She knows who they are. She's been in their classroom. She gives them feedback. And I'm just always, pleased to be associated with Tess. So Tess, tell me a little bit more about the work you do and why it's important. And then we'll go into your video afterwards.
Absolutely. So before I even get started, have to give a shout out to the Dream Team, which consists of Danielle Watson, who is the GOAT of all of our incoming leadership, Christine Colt, Dr. Ferronda Green, Tori Hall, and of course, Lisa Stewart. And as I like to say, I don't walk in front of my team, I walk beside my team. So all of the work that we do, it is a collective effort. We have such an amazing opportunity to be able to help shape teachers into essentially future change agents for students. Mm-hmm. They are committed to our cause of making sure that every child has an excellent education regardless of their zip code. Their why is what brings them to South Carolina. Their continued why is what keeps them in South Carolina. And them seeing and knowing and understanding that education was not set up for certain people to succeed continues to help them thrive in the classroom. And so, we're just excited to be a part of that and continue to lean into that. I mean, we know that educational inequity isn't going to be solved completely by Teach for America, but we're just happy to be a part of the journey and along for the ride. So
you see?
I mean, that's dope. I mean, and not only is she classroom ready, but she's camera ready. Yeah. Do you understand? She didn't look at us one time. She figured out which camera was hers and she owned it. She owned it. She owned it. I love it. Tess, tell me, how do you prepare? I mean, talk to us about the teachers and how do you make sure they're classroom ready?
Yeah, really good
Look at that.
question.
She's not even looking at us.
So
She's focused. She sees a light, she hits it, and she's on rhythm. I love it, Tess. I love it.
They do not want to keep.
Give the people what they came for.
So bringing it back to our amazing teachers. So again, their why is what gets them to South Carolina, but the amazing dream team that I just named for all of you all, we really take a lot of time to make sure that not only are they ready in terms of what does it mean to plan a lesson, how do we, execute skills, how do we, bring in student voice, but we're also making sure that they're like culturally responsive, right? You don't, or you can't teach me unless you see me. You can't see me unless you know me. And so that is something that we 100% like also really work with our teachers on, making sure that they really are leaning into their diversity, knowing where equity lies and where it doesn't lie, and then also being inclusive of everyone. And so it really is a holistic view that we like to take as it relates to getting teachers ready. Because in order to be a great teacher, in my personal opinion, it takes more than having a great lesson plan. You actually have to care about the students that are in front of you. You have to care about them long after they're in your classroom for that year. You have to believe in them, and you have to know and understand that what you're doing right now is going to impact their future, and they should be better as a result of meeting you, and you should also be better as a result of meeting them. And so those are some of the things that we make sure that we instill in our teachers when they come to join us.
Tess, let me go off script. Let's just have a real conversation. Post-COVID, how difficult is it? Because right now we're in a new world. And talk to us. I mean, I know that you're ready to answer certain questions today, but you're so gifted and so talented. So I want people to get like a full vibe of who you are and why you're, his hero and probably going to be mine when you leave. But talk about how difficult it is right now to do the work you're doing post-COVID, where you have learning loss, where you have teachers who are leaving, where you have all of these difficult things in a new world. I mean, what are you seeing? What are you experiencing? And then let's just not diagnose a problem. How do we overcome?
Yep. So it's been tough. I mean, and tough is the only word that I can think of right now. And to a certain degree, I would say a bit of devastation. And I say a bit of devastation because there was already a gap that existed based on the color of, children's skin, based on their zip code. And then you add in a pandemic of students who were potentially already behind. Then you add in a technology divide, and then you are further pushing them behind the goal. And so that's been really difficult. And that's something that we've been having to reconcile. And so as we're reconciling that, knowing that we are not the fixers, but also knowing that we're not going to stop doing what we're doing, it's only making us, fight just as hard for our why, because we know that as soon as, we're human, right? We could have given up in the pandemic, right? It's a lot. But if we give up, then what are we saying to students? And so it's been difficult and it's been hard. But, that's one thing about Teach for America teachers, and I would say all teachers, we rise to the occasion every single day.
So what do you tell the people who are watching? And I'm sorry, I'm way off script now, but what do you tell the people who are watching who may not have $1 to give, but they want to invest? They're watching because I'm decently handsome and he's okay, right? That's why they're here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Tess. But what do you tell the people who are watching who may not have $1 to give, but they want to be a part of it? Like, how do we expand our goal beyond what we feel to be the normal donors or the normal givers or the people who care? How do we make sure that we expand? I mean, I'm coming from a product of the proverb, it takes a village to raise a child. How do we expand that village?
We recognize that we're a part of the village. I think sometimes people simply look at teachers as just simply being teachers, when the reality is none of us got here just because we had great teachers or not so great teachers. It takes a village. So if you can't give money, you can give your time, right? And if you can't give your time, then you can give your words of gratification, your words of edification. Speak into a young child's life. Tell them, like, I see you. I see what you are trying to become. I believe that you can become this. So even though it might not always be attached to $1, use your words, because words have so much power. And oftentimes we don't use our words. We, look at different students or children, and we judge and we do all of these other things. We make a lot of assumptions about what individuals are capable of doing, not only children, but we do that as adults sometimes. And so if you can't give money, that's fine, but give your time, give your resources, give your words of affirmation, give your words of speaking life into students. And that goes a long way.
I'm sorry, I took
I was just every time I was gonna say, you see why she's my hero. So
I appreciate Tess.
I appreciate Tess.
Words, edification. The two most important words in the English language are the words "thank you," and they're not nearly said enough. And so I want to say thank you as we go to the video that you did for us. So thank you so much, Tess. Not for the work that you have done, but the work that you are doing. But thank you for the work that you will do. And we'll go to a video from Tess.
My name is Tess Holt, and I currently serve as the Senior Managing Director of the Leadership Development Team for Teach for America, South Carolina. When you're first starting out teaching, it is so super important to get all of the wonderful coaching, programming, and training that you can get, because teaching is very hard. It's very hard, and it's also a field where you don't immediately see the impact that you've made. And so in that, everyone wants to know, whether you're a teacher or whether you're not a teacher, you want to know that you are doing well. You want to know the things that are working and the things that are not working. And because a lot of our teachers may not experience that, they may not feel like they're doing a great job. And I think that really does create, retention shortages in education. We believe in going into the classroom live and giving in-the-moment feedback. We also send our core members through a very reflective process before they even engage in a conversation about what was seen in the classroom. And we've learned that through these reflective practices, the teachers are able to not only take ownership of their development as teachers, but they're able to see a lot of wins, and they're able to see a lot of points of growth. And so because of that, and because we also uniquely prepare our core members through our professional development and different types of trainings that happen every single month, we also allow them an opportunity to come together as a community and connect around content and connect around different resources. It is that type of support, and it is that type of collective effort that really helps keep our Teach for America teachers in the classroom with students. And then we also have our teachers do a lot of reflection. We want to make sure that they have actually reflected on what has happened in their classroom before they even connect with their coach in order to establish alignment. And so all of the support that our teachers are receiving, professional development, being able to connect with other teachers that are in the field and in their content area, it really makes for a collective effort, and our teachers feel super supported. And because of this supportive community, they're in it for the long haul. They're committed to their why of making sure that educational inequity is no longer a thing. And we know that that happens because of the wraparound support and the collective efforts that we do.
So that was the video on Tess Holt. And
see that somebody phone ring. Look at that. I mean, this is what we're talking about. We just told everybody, then we tell everybody to turn their phone off and text.
It's all right.
But I got stock in Verizon, so my stock just went up.
We are education experts. We are not production experts.
I just wanted somebody to gulp back there.
Right.
They just gulp. No, go ahead, Tess.
But Tess, a lot of the work you just talked about that we do is in essence, the nature of Teach for America, right? It's what we're centered on with the how we recruit, how we train and prepare teachers to enter their classroom, how we support them along the way to encounter successes. That's all led by your team. What are some of the challenges that you think your team deals with in making sure that teachers make it successfully through the first 2 years?
I would definitely say some of the challenges, and it's, no secret, is, the pay. It's, we were in a board meeting not too long ago where we had a wonderful core member by the name of Justice who was, just getting a lot of accolades and a lot of affirmation. And, the question was asked of her, what is it that you need? How do we show you that we value you? And her response was to pay me. And so when we think about that, we want to be able to have teachers that are giving their 100%, which they are, but to a point that someone made earlier is that they should also have a livable wage. And I think that is something that specifically needs to be called out, and attention needs to be brought to that. And so that is always a constant.
Tess, let me chime in and blame this on my heart and on my mind. I'm sorry for interrupting you. I truly apologize because I know I get 1,000 tweets about it, but what can we do to make your job easier?
So being a teacher is never going to be easy. So I don't have like a clear response in terms of easy, because the art of teaching is just fundamentally, it's hard, it's challenging, but for all of the right reasons. It's the hard and it's the challenging that you want. But what can be done to show that teachers are valued is to actually pay them and show them that you respect them by giving them not only a livable wage, but even more to, maybe, just lean into on the weekends and things of that nature, because again, they're people too, and their cup needs to be filled up just how, they fill up the cups of students every day. And again, to a certain degree, we know the students are filling up their cups, but at its most basic fundamental level, people want to be able to live, and they want to be able to live comfortably.
And Tess, one of the things you're responsible for is on your team is making sure that we're not doing more harm than good by making sure that the teachers are actually prepared when they get to the first day of school, and then supporting them throughout. Some of the conversation earlier in TFA's existence was, is someone who's taking an alternative path to the classroom as prepared as someone who spent 4 years in college pursuing an education degree? You take that responsibility very seriously, and you do an excellent job getting them prepared. And I think you actually came to Teach for America through our pre-service institute. Talk a little bit about that experience.
So I actually was not a Teach for America alum or a core member. And so my experience through teaching actually was through an alternative certification program. I actually was a journalism major, and I had a wonderful opportunity to cover a story that talked about high school students that were attending college during the summer to gain college credit early, which is now very common, but it was not common back then. And as I was sitting here, in these classes with all of the students, I was like, oh my gosh, like, I don't want to just write about this. I actually want to be a part of this. And so that's what spurred me into, the field of education. And so again, when you can always go back to your why, and when it centers you and when it grounds you, that's going to always keep you going.
Great. So one of those individuals that you had an impact on and making sure they were prepared to go into the classroom is one of my favorite individuals. His name is Mr. Sam Hammer. He joined us, I think, my first year as executive director. So in 2018, he did his pre-service work in the Mississippi Delta, which the mosquitoes will carjack you if you are not careful. So he was there doing his work, getting prepared for his experience in South Carolina. He got placed in Walterboro at Colleton High School, and had a tremendous impact. I love Sam and the impact he's had. Let's go to Sam's video and learn a little bit more about him.
Good job.
I picked Teach for America because I like the mission that they have to provide a rich education to everyone, no matter what their race, what their background, their religion, whatnot, is a beautiful concept, I think. But then also the opportunity to get in the classroom and change the way that maybe I was taught growing up and make it more fun with project-based learning and doing activities and applying those educational standards to fun real-world problems, as well as the opportunity to just dig in with these students' lives, whether it's in a coaching format. I feel very more fulfilled in my life, and Teach for America provides me that opportunity to find joy. Being a part of the TFA South Carolina Corps gives me the opportunity to share my story, and in that influence others to share and hear each other's stories, because there are still problems that still exist in the South, and I can't change all of them, but I can encourage everyone to respect each other's stories. What makes South Carolina Corps very special is working with the staff that are sold out for the same mission and values you are, and live in the same community that you'll be working in. Is small, it's a great niche. They support you, they want to see you grow, they want to encourage you and help you learn how to fulfill the opportunity to be a teacher to the best of your abilities, so that you can provide that awesome educational, equitable experience for your students. I've picked South Carolina because of many reasons. One being the location is really cool. You can find a lot of different landscape, very forestry type landscape in the northern central part of South Carolina, as well as a beach coastal area. I love the amazing, beautiful sunsets, sunrises. The district I'm working with is the location of Walterboro. It's a beautiful location. It's about 45 minutes from Charleston, 45 minutes from Savannah, Georgia, and about an hour and a half-ish from Columbia. So I like having that access. I really also enjoy just taking beautiful drives on the side streets in small Walterboro. There's so much opportunity to explore the rich histories that is here in the state. My name is Sam Hammer. I'm a TFA South Carolina Corps member, and I want to invite you to the TFA South Carolina Corps.
So that was Sam Hammer, who is one of my favorite Corps members who've come through the program. He's in his 4th year now down at Jasper. I just had some sweet
I was like, I don't know, what are you choking? So, like, what I mean? There he is. So Sam is dope. Yep. Sam is amazing. You know, that's funny because Don drinks, when we're on TV, Don drinks a lot of tea, and sometimes he will choke. And so he'll be over there. He's like, you know, we're talking about Ukraine and we're talking about this, and then it'll just phase out, and you just have to pick up. So that was good. I got your back there. So Sam is an amazing individual who is doing God's work down in God's country. And I heard y'all play dodgeball or something wild.
We did. So
how many let's ask fundamentals, like how many Teach for America teachers are in South Carolina?
So I should know that off the top of my head. We are in the 200-ish range right now of teachers that are in the classroom. It fluctuates all the time, but we bring in about 100 teachers a year, and then they're either in their 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th year and whatnot. And we'll learn a little bit more about programs that we have that keep them there longer and support them throughout the process as well.
And they make more than, how does that work? When people donate, what are they donating to?
So they're donating to Teach for America so that we can do the work in supporting them. So the teachers actually work for the school district. So they're making whatever that school district salary is, which is not good oftentimes. And one of the things South Carolina, so when I'm trying to recruit, when Tessa's team is trying to recruit, one of the things that we're competing against is the market as a whole. So we're trying to get an engineer to come teach math in high school, but Boeing's offering him engineering money, not teacher money. So we've got to appeal to his why in a different way. But if I am successful, or if Teach for America is successful in convincing them on the why, I've now got to convince them on South Carolina, because Charlotte's paying more, Atlanta's paying more, Chicago's paying more, other cities are paying more, and I've got to convince them to come to South Carolina now. So I've got 2 hurdles to overcome in that vein. One of the ways we do that is we do pass some of the funds that we get along to teachers in form of grants. We will help them pay off their student loans. We will help them get a master's degree in education. We have a program at the Citadel where they can get a leadership degree that will help them go into administration at schools and what have you. And so we try to pass as many funds to the teachers as possible to support them in that effort.
I had more questions. Dodgeball.
So we wanted to raise some money, and we decided to do it in a way that relates to school. Think about what type of school activities that we have. I remembered playing dodgeball when I was in school and thought maybe some adults could do that too, right? And then I remember that movie Dodgeball, where, if you could dodge a wrench, you could dodge a ball. And so I thought that'd be a good way to raise some money. And we held an event at the Citadel in Charleston, and we're going to show you some highlights.
I think.
Quite possibly, there it is. Hi, I'm Troy Evans, Executive Director of Teach for America, South Carolina. And I'm getting ready to play some dodgeball to support teachers across the state. Now, in preparation for this event, I've been watching the movie Dodgeball, and I learned if you can dodge a wrench, then you can dodge a ball. So get out, support us, Support the effort that these people have been doing today. Make sure you donate at least $10 a month, and let's see if we can change educational inequity in South Carolina for the future of our children. Thank you.
Welcome to Teach for America, South Carolina's first annual dodgeball tournament. Today is for a really good cause. Teach for America, South Carolina has been working for 10 years now toward education equity in the state of South Carolina. As many of you probably know, because you do the work right alongside us, South Carolina doesn't do very well for our students. We're always dead last in education, and we think that's not okay. And we also know that some students in South Carolina have much better education opportunities than others, and we also think that's not okay. We also know that depending on where you live and what you look like, how much money your parents make, those are the primary determinants of the kind of education that you get in this state and in this country. You coming out here today directly supports teachers in the state of South Carolina. I'm going to call the refs up so that they can tell you the rules and how the games are going to work, and then we'll get started.
You guys ready?
Hey, truth. Truth. If you can lob it and land it. Oh, I wasn't ready. Feel very good. Total team effort. It's a grind. There's some good competition out here.
So that competition was extremely fierce on the Citadel.
Unathletic, but fierce.
Those balls were whizzing pretty fast. But one of the things I thought about was they were willing to get hit in the face by a dodgeball to raise money for TFA. So while you're sitting on your couch at home, you can also support us without risking life and limb. You can do that by texting TFASC 10 to 44321. That's sending a text TFASC 10 to 44321, or going onto our website, tfasc.org/donate, tfasc.org/donate. While you're there, you can also meet a lot of the people that we're talking about, read on the spotlights that we've already done thus far, and just learn more about the work we do, the communities we serve in South Carolina. We're in numerous counties, Darlington, we're in the PD, we're in the Low Country, we're in Orangeburg, we're in the Upstate. So we are covering a lot of territory trying to make a difference in South Carolina. So please check us out on what we do. And while you're there, be generous and donate whatever amount is significant to you. Does that sound like a plan?
I actually like that a lot. And the fact that you're in those places that really matter, you know, you're not just in Charleston, Greenville, Columbia. I mean, that means a lot. And so I hope people are listening to what we're saying. Text to donate at TFASC10 at 44321 or tfasc.org/donate. We have to do this every other moment that we get
until you help us reach our goal of 1,000 donors, and then we're gonna still keep it going. But you know, we won't feel as much pressure.
How many donors do we have? Does anybody keep checking out?
Somebody get that number, and
if y'all say 12,
make it
I'm gonna be upset.
Make it sound a lot closer than it is.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't make something up. I don't even know. I mean, don't commit fraud, but like commit fraud.
We're definitely in the hundreds. So we'll get those numbers and we'll update people on where we're doing and where they need to lean in at. So one of your favorite questions, what I want you to answer first, before we ask
my
some
secret
others.
is this, though. Most people don't know this. Is that I went to kindergarten for a semester, and then after Christmas, I went to first grade, and then the next year I went to third grade.
So you were skipping grades.
I skipped two halves. Close your mouth. I skipped 2 halves and a whole.
Right.
And so I skipped 2 halves and a whole. So when I went to high school, I was 12.
Mm-hmm.
When I went to college, I was 16. When I went to law school, I was 20. So I was a little bit younger. So Miss Samuel's in first grade. I don't even know second grade. Miss Carter, who I love and adore, she's one of my heartbeats. I mean, I love Miss Terenisa Carter. She's a Bartley now, but she's amazing. She was third grade. Mr. Robinson was fourth grade. Miss Archie was fifth grade. Miss Saxon, I think, was sixth grade. Miss Berry was seventh grade. Miss Nalamty was eighth grade. And then you go to high school, and it's a variety thereof. There were so many people who poured into me. I can't choose a favorite. I think a favorite is just when I was in my senior year, I had physics and I never went. I literally never went. My teacher, every physics class I had, my teacher would allow me to go and hang out with Miss Harris. And I would go sit in her class and we would just talk about life and do other things. I literally never went. Mr. Trasecki, he just died recently. I mean, in public school, I think in every school, but definitely in public school, you can go back and you can name every single teacher who meant so much to you. And so that's why it's a terrible question to ask, who was your favorite teacher? Because there were so many people who poured into you.
I agree with this sentiment. So we're going to ask that terrible question.
It's a terrible question.
These next viewers.
And it's also, to be completely honest, it's like, do you have a favorite child?
I do not.
Yes, you do.
I do not.
You're lying. Stokely's my favorite child. Who's your favorite? Which one of the three? We've seen all three of your children.
All three are equal.
Oh, you're a liar. Do not lie to people as we're getting their money. You have a favorite child.
All three are equal. I can't even tell two of them apart. So
that's actually true. But everybody has a favorite child. Every single person who has kids has a favorite child.
Okay. I don't know. We're gonna have to test that theory of yours.
I wish we had a live call in. Next year, when we're raising money for the 11th year, we'll do a live call in.
Well, we should actually do a live social media opportunity here where people can respond to some questions. I don't know if it's gonna be that one, maybe some South Carolina trivia questions or something like that. But we can have people weigh in on our thoughts. So we are going to ask a few people what teacher impacted them the most. How about that? Not favorite teacher, impacted them the most.
Same difference.
Same difference. Okay. Clearly, you're up.
My 11th grade English teacher, Miss Willie James. She would call me aside and really centered in me that education was not something that I needed to take lightly, and that at some point I would cease to be able to jump high and run fast, and that I would need to use my big head for something else other than trying to make the girls blush.
My 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math teacher, Miss Manganaro, I called her Miss M. When I had really hardships at home, she gave me her cell phone number. She told me to call her anytime I need. Just was there for me as a person.
My favorite teacher was Joe Paterno. He was a language arts teacher in 10th grade. He just old hippie and just really inspired me to better myself through education.
It is definitely Miss Henderson. And she actually sat me down and talked to me about magnet schools and what that means. I was able to get into a really competitive and rigorous magnet school, graduated, and moved on to college.
Mr. Kelly was my English teacher. He was super cool and kind of radical. He was kind of like a child of Woodstock, but he drove a Harley to school, and he wasn't really bought into the establishment, but he was wicked smart and he pushed you to the limit. But he recognized my intellect and pushed me to display that, and taught me a lot of life lessons at the same time. So it was always a lot of fun interacting with Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Jake Newton, who was a math teacher in high school, and he told me as a young African-American girl that I was good at math. I remember when the light bulb went off for me when I discovered algebra and how I enjoyed it. And that then helped to chart my collegiate career by securing a degree in math and statistics. So I remember how he introduced the concepts of algebra and how I knew I could do it and how he encouraged me along the way. And I think that was so important for young girls to know that they are skilled and gifted in the sciences.
So I don't know if, according to Bakari, that was the appropriate way to phrase the question, but those people did have some teachers that they remembered for significant impacts on their life. And we have someone who just left the classroom not too long ago.
Where you going?
I came here.
She came to Teach for America.
Yeah.
There might be some reasons which you can get into that, but what classroom were you teaching, Miss Kalila Massey? And tell us about it.
So I was a kindergarten teacher for about 7 years in DeKalb County. I know, yeah. But I taught kindergarten. I taught first grade for about 1 or 2 years, but then I came to Teach for America, South Carolina, so that I could do things on a larger scale.
Okay, well, we're happy to have you. We know that the kids miss you, but we're happy to have you.
I miss the kids.
What did you like about kindergarten, first grade, second grade, etc.?
I just learned a ton about myself being a teacher, honestly. The kids were amazing. They're just joyous and just so intelligent. And then also the community of people, the parents, stakeholders, everything just really valued me as a teacher. So I enjoyed my time in the classroom.
And what do you think people that are watching don't know about?
That was going to be my question. Talk to us about the things that they don't see.
I see a lot. I think as a teacher, I was making minute by minute, second by second decisions that I think normal people can't do, right? So I was do I do this? Do I pivot here? Do I teach this lesson? Okay, they didn't get this. They didn't understand it, so I have to reteach it. So just making those minute to minute, second to second decisions to really make sure that the kids get what they need. Also just working behind the scenes, a behind the scenes look as a teacher, I guess admin and making sure you're working under a team of people that really believe in you and understand you, because it really is top down, right? So if your admin believes in you and they instill so much trust in you as a professional, then you're able to do your job very well.
So you need administrative support to be successful in the classroom.
What are some exceptional stories that you have? I mean, you don't have to mention kids' names or anything like that, but what gave you joy?
Oh my goodness. So there's this kid. I called him Mr. Bernie. And so basically, Mr. Bernie was a 5-year-old that was just very emotionally intelligent. Just he spoke in sentences I am frustrated because you're making me very upset because XYZ, or I'm thrilled, right? And so that's how he spoke. So he really just taught me a lot about myself and how I should just calm myself, pause, slow down a little bit. And then also he taught me that a 5-year-old could have this standard of communication and he could talk like this. So in my head,
they also learn things like racism or xenophobia or bigotry or anything else.
Well, they learn all of those things, right? But then emotional intelligence is what I was trying to, really instill in them. And so he did a great job of that. His parents did a great job of that. And so then I just kind of worked through that in my classroom, just having emotionally intelligent babies. Yeah, because there's more emotions than being mad or sad or happy. There's so much more.
One of the things that Teach for America is doing right now is we have a 2030 goal, and we are seeking to identify where we're going to double the impact in communities, in particular metrics. One of those metrics, which is a universal metric that educators point to, is third grade reading level.
Right.
In South Carolina, most students across the state, according to the SC Ready stores, are not on track for third grade reading. If you're not on track by the third grade, you normally don't get back on track in later years.
Right.
Being a kindergarten and first grade teacher, what do you think are some things that can be done in order to prevent them from not being on track by the time they reach the third grade?
Right. Yeah. No, kindergarten through second grade is like you're learning, like preparing yourself to learn, right? Like learning phonics, learning how to read, learning your numbers, learning how to like build upon your foundation. And then third grade is what you take from that. And then you become a learner at that point. So like it really starts in the younger years, kindergarten, first grade, second grade. And if you have a strong foundation in those grades, strong teachers and supportive parents, right? They play a part in it. And then like you'll be on track for third grade.
What do parents have to do? I mean, this is me being, this is therapy for me. So
Okay.
what do I need to do with my 3-year-old twins?
You need to talk to them in complete sentences.
Oh, we no baby talk in my house.
That's good. That's good. Talking to them in complete sentences, asking them questions, making them dive deeper into when you're reading with them, when you're having conversations with them, hearing them and listening to them, pausing is something that I think like a lot of adults don't really do for kindergartners and first grade babies in general. They just kind of like, don't really listen, but listening to them allows them to have the confidence they need in order to like feel, propelled to like do more and like the ability to do more. So listening, talking to them.
Are girls always smarter than boys? Because right now my girl is insanely brilliant, but my boy is like eating shoes in the corner.
But the thing is like we perpetuate that, like you created that. So maybe she
I didn't listen. I probably did create it.
But the thing is I think honestly, I don't think that's the truth. I think that girls are boys are just as intelligent. They're a little rambunctious.
They're not.
They are
They're
though.
not, though.
They are though. You just gotta believe that they are, right?
I mean, I can believe it.
Like Tess said earlier.
He believes he's Spider-Man. Yeah, I know. I believe it, but I'm just telling you, my girl is brilliant. She's gonna be like a Hidden Figures rocket scientist. My boy, he loves his daddy.
Well, the thing is, like Tess said, we have to, speak life into those in our words, right? So you have to make sure that you speak just as much life into him as you do her.
Okay.
So,
I'm gonna do it tonight. I'm gonna call him and tell him. I tell him he's strong.
Yeah.
I tell him that he's smart. I tell him he's handsome.
Oh, that's good.
I'm gonna say you're smart.
Yeah, you're smart. You're a rock star. You're gonna be a scientist or a mathematician.
You have boys, don't you?
Yeah.
Is it as tough? I mean, you had
They're pretty cute too.
No, thank you. I appreciate it.
They love your mom.
It's definitely that my daughter is grasping it super quick.
Thank you for backing me up.
Yeah. But the other thing though, which I think you and I are experiencing, is twins have another set of challenges. For attention amongst themselves, and they speak their own language. Like they can understand each other.
And you can you don't even know what they're talking about.
Right.
They speak to each other, and they're like,
they have their own language. So
and then just have like a best friend, just straight off the rip.
And then Bella, my daughter, thinks that she is their boss. So they kind of defer to her at all times. And so
she is their boss.
Yeah, she is. So.
Why did you leave that?
Right. I'm
like, that gratification. What gratification do you get from Teach for America?
Oh, yeah. I left only because I think that I had mastered what I was doing, the work that I was doing, to be honest. I mastered it.
Don't be humble. Don't be humble.
I mean, I'm trying to be humble, but it's
don't be humble with us. She was like, I was really good at what I did.
I was great. But honestly, I just needed to be a different challenge. But I also wanted to work on like I said before, like a larger scale and just kind of touch more people than the 25 babies that I was touching per year. So
I would imagine that it's, and correct me if I'm wrong, that it's obvious to tell the babies that are coming in at different starting points. So those that had pre-K and versus those who didn't, and et cetera.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, how important is universal pre-K and what have you?
I think pre-K is like a thing. You need to go to pre-K because it's not even just like the writing skills, the math, the identification of like the numbers, but it's also like the social skills, right? Being able to, interact with other children and like the maturity, like you get that when you're in a classroom setting. And so I can see peeps or little babies that skip pre-K, and they come straight to kindergarten. They just don't have some of those tools to be able to function in the classroom successfully.
One of the things, from a personal perspective, again, one of the things I've been a little nervous about with my boys is Bella was in kindergarten when the pandemic hit,
Mm.
but my boys were
The
at
learning
home.
loss. I mean, this
Yeah.
is it. I mean, I think that pandemic babies are going to be set back a ton.
Yeah.
Because they didn't have the social skills.
Yeah.
They didn't have the fellowship.
All right.
They didn't have the teachers. You know how many
The
kids?
connections and
How many
stuff.
kids did not have the blessing of having you and mastering your craft?
Hello, you know.
But they didn't have that opportunity to be in your presence, right?
It was tough when I was teaching virtually. I was trying to just like be this very because I'm already very animated, right?
You
So I was
definitely
trying.
touched your hands. The cameras have no idea what they're doing. They just like
You know,
follow her hands.
it
and
is
follow.
what it is. Follow me, follow me. But basically, I was just trying to create that same energy and that same vibe for them over the computer, but it was challenging. So, yeah.
Well, Kalila, I'm glad you are with us at Teach for America and helping to deliver on the mission. If you would like to help us deliver on the mission, please go to tfasc.org/donate, tfasc.org/donate to make a contribution that is significant to you. You can also text to give at TFASC 10 to 4. You want to text TFASC 10 to 44321.
This is the second time you screwed this up.
I need them to reverse the number.
No,
I need the
text
number.
it TFASC 10 at 44321. It's not difficult.
That's the other way. I think it should say text to 44321 TFASC 10.
Cool.
You know?
No.
No? Okay. Tomato.
It is. It is what's on the board. It's literally, for those who don't know, we're going to have a camera. It's on the whiteboard behind us. All he literally has to do is
read it. Correct. However,
try it one more time.
I'm going to stick with TFASC.org/donate. The most important thing is to give. So make sure you do that. Kalila, we are going to introduce another spotlight recipient, Mr. Michael Van Tyne, who's doing some great work at the Darlington County School District.
Cool.
How long is this?
My name's Mike Van Tyne. I'm an assistant principal for the Darlington County Virtual Academy. I mean, I remember sitting in my dorm at my desk with my netbook, just kind of browsing, literally browsing. And Teach for America popped up, and I just started reading a little bit about it. And it was just an immediate alignment of things that I already believed in, things that I held to be true. I was going to school to be a math teacher. And I was like, oh, seems like a really good program. Not really knowing at that time, like how rigorous it was and like how difficult it was to get into the program, but I applied. And the application was super long. I remember working on it for a couple hours and submitted it. I got a notification, I think it was email stating that like you made it to the next round. Someone called me. We started talking about my leadership experience in sports and other programs I was in. And then I got my offer in January during intersession because I played volleyball there, and we were the only people on campus, and it said South Carolina. And I get to my placement school, and we just kind of, everything clicked, and everyone was vibing, and we all hit it off, and it was just a really good start to the school year. So with the Virtual Academy, we created the Academy last year out of necessity through the pandemic, and we had like 3,700 students come through our program. And so we transitioned it this year, kind of downsized, and it's become an official magnet program. And it's just a super innovative program where we teach students virtually throughout our county. There were essentially 3 of us working on it. We had a director, and I was the assistant principal for middle. And we had one other person who's an assistant principal for the high school. So all 3 of us kind of collaborated together to come up with Virtual Academy. And it was probably less than 45 days to come up with this program for students, and not even having much contact with them either. They all had devices, but there was no like formal way to communicate with them all at once to get them on board. So that was a difficult situation, but that's essentially how it all got started from then on. With the Virtual Academy, our students are at home. Anything that I've done with Teach for America over the past 10 years has been super meaningful, whether it's coaching, administration, new teachers, induction programs, whatever the case may be. These folks are experts in their area. And so when they're presenting, you just try to soak up as much information as you can.
And you're back.
So some great work from Mr. Michael Van Tyne in the Darlington County School District, which is why he is one of our Impact Spotlight recipients for our 10-year anniversary. So earlier we showcased our dodgeball fundraising event at the Citadel down in Charleston. We didn't showcase the winners, so we're going to go back to them right now so you can see who won.
And I felt kind of detached from the TFA community that I'd really grown accustomed to during my time with TFA. So I wanted to reconnect with people and be outside and raise money for a good cause.
Here today, celebrate TFA's 10th anniversary, hang out with some good friends, see good people, and enjoy the weather.
We had a blast. My knee thinks otherwise, but otherwise we'll be fine. No.
We do have some winners for today. We have Jake. Congratulations. Thank you. Nick. Thank you. DeAndre. And Domenico. Congratulations. So thank you all. And thank you guys. Yeah, we really appreciate you.
Happy anniversary.
Teach for America,
South Carolina.
So congratulations to Jake, Nick, DeAndre, and Domenico, who won the competition, and they also got to face off against the refs and take out a little bit more frustration and help us raise some money for a worthy cause. Did you play dodgeball?
I mean, maybe. I hooped.
I remember you talking about hooping in your book, but I remember you said that wasn't your thing though, right?
No, other people thought it wasn't my thing. It was probably their judgment was probably okay.
Okay.
But I'm an athlete. You know what I'm saying? I sprained my finger last night in my rec league basketball game.
Okay.
2 nights ago. So I still get out there.
All right. Okay.
Dodgeball? Nah.
Yeah. I feel you. Yeah. But it was a fun event.
I can imagine. You were in Charleston, right?
Yeah. At the Citadel. Beautiful campus. Citadel, like I said, is a partner of ours for our new teacher academy, providing a master's in educational leadership to our TFA core members who want to go on into administration. So we appreciate their support and helping us to raise some additional dollars. We were talking earlier about individuals who, have very favorite teachers in their lives or teachers that have had an impact. You don't like the phrasing, but we did have a couple of stories that I wanted to mention. So we have Carla Neely at Lexington High School. She was an English teacher who taught me so much about voicing my opinions, and the books that we read in our class were centered around representation for each student. That's awesome. I don't know who that was who gave that story, but that sounds like Carla Neely is doing some great work. Mr. Haquist, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Does that sound right to you?
Oh, I'm gonna let you handle that one.
Okay, Mr. Haquist, I'm gonna go with that. Was my AP World History teacher in high school.
Oh, I didn't even pass the AP World History exam.
And I did AP History as well.
You gotta make it 3 to pass, right? I made it 2.
I don't remember.
If you passed it, you'll remember. So
I passed it.
No, I didn't pass.
No, I passed, but Morehouse didn't. It wasn't
you might have made it 3 then. Okay.
It wasn't a requirement. That's what I was upset about. I was like, why did I take this class?
Yeah, no, I made it 2. I didn't pass.
Mr. Jordan was my 8th and I guess that was senior year history class. I liked history. He made it really engaging. He convinced me to do AP in the first place. And I put in all of that extra work because he treated it like a very serious college course. And I got to Morehouse. I was like, wow, I don't need to take history. So
I remember I made it 2 in AP World History. It was.
But Mr. Haquist was my AP World History teacher in high school. He taught in a way that I understand and comprehend what he was saying. I still remember all the Chinese dynasties in that order. I had a great, I actually took Chinese in high school, Ni Hao Ma. But I remember learning about.
Yeah, we didn't have Chinese
I had
in Orangeburg.
Like I said, I went to a more privileged school on my transition. And so I've got to watch the last emperor in that class, which made me know all about the transition from China, from
That's cool.
dynasties.
I mean, that also talks about resources, but that's impressive.
I'm telling you, it was at my school. Like I said, I went back to my old school every weekend to hang out with my friends. But at my new school, there was a bit of culture shock that I had. The kids were driving Benzes to school at 16, and I'm on the bus, and I'm like, what? And I would go over their house for homework help, and they would have like my version of a Picasso on the wall, and all those things were just blowing me away. But one of the things that really blew me away was the school set up your junior and senior year of classes where you selected them like college format.
Oh, wow.
And, that just put me off on a fast track when I got to Morehouse. Another thing I did, though, was I was in the pre-college component at Inroads.
We didn't have any of this.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Resources matter and wraparound services matter. You're familiar with Inroads, though, right?
No,
you're not. Inroads focuses on minority.
No, we didn't have none of that.
Minority.
No, we had
students.
We gonna pray for you,
right?
At Trinity.
That's a nonprofit too, right?
Yeah, no, we
pray for you. Yeah. Right. But Inroads is another great nonprofit that provides minority college students with internship offers at Fortune 500 companies so they can get real world work experience. In Cleveland, we had a high school component. So the summer before your senior year of high school, you would basically engage in this program. And I spent 2 weeks on John Carroll University, where I got to meet high school students from all over. And then the summer before my freshman year at Morehouse, I worked for Procter & Gamble. I had an American Express.
The summer before you went to
and then the summer after my freshman year. But I had an American Express corporate card, a company card.
I don't even know what we talking about no more. Can you tell the people where to donate? Because this just got foreign.
But the reason why I'm saying that was it was night and day, the resources I had, and then where it led
I don't
me.
even know. I have no idea.
Like,
when me and Jerry Lodehope went and told our guidance counselors we were going to Morehouse, they were like, the last kid that went to Morehouse flunked out. True story.
Right.
And so they gave us Army applications.
Yeah.
Nothing's wrong with going to the military.
Right.
But
that's my point. If you don't have the people and the resources to point.
Because most people don't know, like the school I went to was legit. It was hood.
Right.
It was Orangeburg Wilkinson is, you become yourself. I attribute absolutely everything I do right now to going to Orangeburg Wilkinson High School. I remember Miss Benson. I remember Miss Rickenbacker. I remember Miss Coleman. All of my, Coach Barron. I remember everybody, who I went to school with. I remember our school resource officers because we had them. I remember the fights and lunch and after school. I remember ABC lunch. I remember going to Covec, which was our vocational center. We had a bus that would take some kids down the street, and down the street was you would go and do your learning to get like a carpentry license or a welding license or whatever it was, but it was like a different building. It was down the street. And so, we had 2,800 kids when I was in school. I think my graduating class was like 330 something. We probably started, I didn't go there when I was a freshman, but the freshmen, they had over 1,000, but that's just what happens.
Right. And just the numbers that you just mentioned, like for instance, my total high school, 8th through 12th, was less than 1,000 people.
Oh, no.
Right. So
no, we were so overcrowded.
Right.
No, we were so overcrowded. Right. But it was a real school. So it helped me because when I came to Atlanta, I was 16 years old when I went to college. But for going to Orangeburg Wilkinson High School, I would not be able to deal with that here.
Right.
So,
but you talk about overcrowding in schools. South Carolina on the first day of school averages about 700 classrooms that don't have a teacher on the first day of school. when you don't have a teacher on the first day of school, they either overcrowd by combining the classrooms or they assign permanent substitutes. Neither one of those are acceptable answers to having a teacher not there on the first day of school, which is why supporting Teach for America is so important.
That's a good segue. Give them the link.
So they're going to get it right this time. They're going to text TFASC10 to 44321. Text TFASC10 to 44321. Or go to tfasc.org/donate, tfasc.org/donate. The 4321 is an LL song. That's what I was thinking about earlier. So we're going to go into.
He old. You know,
I am, but that's okay. I'm wise. That's what the gray is.
Seasoned.
That's what the gray is.
Seasoned.
So we're going to go to another Catalyst recipient. We already mentioned him earlier, the first executive director and the individual who kicked off the program in South Carolina, Mr. Josh Bell.
My name is Josh Bell. I'm executive director of the BMOC Family Foundation. What led me to where I am today is probably Teach for America, honestly. I mean, I certainly wouldn't be doing the work that I am focused on improving education in South Carolina and in Charleston County, if not for the start with Teach for America and Charlotte. Becoming a core member and 7th and 8th grade middle school teacher was not what I had envisioned for myself. I was a middle school teacher, and then I recruited for Teach for America on college campuses. We launched Teach for America South Carolina in 2011. I accepted the job in March of 2011. We had 30 first-year teachers assigned in April, and I had to figure out how to start a Teach for America region in 3 months and get everybody hired and partner with school districts and help people understand what the program is and could be, you know, and so it was a sprint. I mean, we worked really hard to train and support these first-year teachers coming in and get everything going in a really short period of time. If not for their leadership, you know, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I mean, those teachers really, you know, inspired me so much and still do. And, you know, the demand for Teach for America grew really quickly after that first year. Teach for America core members and alumni are essential. I've seen so many who are absolutely changing the game for young people. One of the finalists for our State Teacher of the Year right now is a Teach for America alum. I was in a school building yesterday where the principal's a Teach for America alum, and you know, some of the awesome staff are alumni as well, and really going to prove what's possible for students in our state and in my community. And we wouldn't have some of those opportunities without their leadership. The impact is profound, and we need it certainly for the decades to come. We need more teacher pipelines in South Carolina because our colleges of education and, you know, existing pathways to the profession are not creating enough qualified, excellent teachers that our schools and districts need. I mean, it's really simple. We have to think more broadly about the on-ramps into the field of education. I think the classroom is an incredibly important place, but you know, we need lots of other leaders in the field. And so programs like Teach for America and any other, you know, proven alternative certification pathway are really important. I'm going to be thrilled to contribute however I can and work alongside leaders that are making a difference.
3, 2, 1. So that was Mr. Josh Bell, who's the first executive director of Teach for America South Carolina. He really made my job easy and to segue in. He got him off. I like to think of it as like startup, you know, when you're getting something off the ground.
Josh is dope though, because Josh will cold call you.
Yeah.
The first time I talked to Josh, I had no idea who this white boy was.
Right.
At all. And he just called my cell phone.
Right.
And he told me who he was, where he's from. It was a random number. It might have been like a New Hampshire number. I can't remember. And no, Josh was like, we're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing this. We want you to support us. And it was formulaic, but it was endearing, if that makes sense.
Right.
Because he told us what he was asking for, why we wanted to do it, what he needed. And then he said, can you help me? And I said, for this, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I think the world of Josh, he's still doing some good work in Charleston.
What's Josh doing now?
He is with the BMOC Family Foundation, which has been the
Making
Barnes.
money now.
Yeah, foundation. So he is.
I appreciate that. Josh, I'm glad you're making some money. Pay them student loans back.
Right. He is over the Meeting Street Scholarship Fund, and doing some great work there. He also founded Coalition for Kids in Charleston to help get school board members elected that care about what's happening in Charleston County. So he's doing some great work. So we are going to also do another spotlight on Miss Letitia Vaughn, who is the co-founder of E3 with Audrey Lane and also a TFA South Carolina board member.
My name is Letitia Vaughn. I'm also the founder of E3, Educate, Empower, Elevate, which is a nonprofit organization that I co-founded. Most of my career was inside a school or a school district. And so working with Tri-County in particular provided me the opportunity to look at the system instead of being inside the system, because there are so many barriers that prohibit children and families from access to not only like a quality education, but just economic well-being. Our systems are really embedded. They have policies and practices that prevent people from making the progress that they could have made. North Charleston, for example, has one of the highest transiency rates because of evictions. Their parents maybe don't have access to a living wage. Another issue, it's a food desert. So there is no grocery store where they have access to like healthy fruits and vegetables, right? And what we know about how we eat is that it impacts our development. Teach for America attempts to recruit diverse teachers. Teach for America also has a strategy to recruit regionally, to bring teachers back to their community. That is really important. The Teach for America teachers that I have had relationships with, they are extra committed. We want qualified individuals who love children, who want to make a difference. And I think we have to have multiple ways to get folks in front of our children in a way that impacts them.
So that was Miss Letitia Vaughn, who, like I said, is co-founder of E3 in the Charleston area and is a TFA South Carolina board member. I love working with Letitia. She's very genuine and has been doing tremendous work in the community for years. Now, when we talk about the programming work that Teach for America does, we've already had Tess Holt on where she talked about making sure that we are able to attract and train and retain teachers to make a difference in the classroom. But we're also expanding the work that we do through some additional programs to help teachers stay in the classroom longer. We call that program our South Carolina Impact Fellows. And I'd like to have Miss Courtney Waters tell you a little bit more about it.
At Teach for America, we believe that it's important that a teacher think not only about what happens in their classroom every day, but really considers what impact they want to make on education as a whole. SC Impact Fellows have an opportunity to become systems leaders through professional development and continuing education. Systems leadership is incredibly important. It's not just important to go into the classroom, but to really examine the full scope and think about the impact that one wants to make as an educator. The fellowship really provides an opportunity for teachers to think critically about what they want their role to be and to actually take steps toward becoming systems leaders. So I'm really excited to say that in the third year of the program, we're now offering 3 tracks to our teachers. Teachers can either opt into the Excellence in Education track, the Education Leadership track, or the Education Innovation track. So in the Excellence in Education track, teachers can expect to receive support toward obtaining their national board certification. This, as you know, is the penultimate distinction that a teacher can receive during their time in the classroom. And we're really happy that we're able to walk on that path with teachers as they complete the portfolio to obtain that.
With Teach for America being a well-respected community, with the fellowship being a well-respected community in itself, people hear us. once I said that I was willing to be nationally board certified for South Carolina, people started to back me and support me in ways that I didn't have before.
Fellows in the Education Leadership track will get the opportunity to attend the Citadel and obtain a Master's of Education in the Education Leadership program.
I've thought about a number of different professions beyond teaching. I've thought about becoming principal, going into school leadership. I've thought about going more into doing policy and law. I've thought about doing school operations. There's kind of a number of aspirations that I have for my future. And while I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do exactly, the fellowship has been really helpful in just setting that strong foundation.
For those who choose the Innovation in Education track, they will receive funding to fund a community-based program in their school.
Long term, the values that I've gotten from Teach for America and the connect and commitment to growth that I see from this fellowship screams out that South Carolina is a place of opportunity for academic growth. It just feels good. It just feels natural. It feels like I'm somewhere that I have a purpose.
We are one of the states that offer opportunities for teachers to quickly ascend and become a part of the administrative program in their schools, or to continue to build on their practices and become instructional leaders and help other teachers hone their practice. You know, it's such a wonderful time to be an educator in South Carolina. There's such a rich opportunity to really focus on systems leadership and join a movement that's focused on building and bolstering educational outcomes for all of our children.
2 years definitely is like, you get a feel for what teaching is, but it's definitely just the start. So I think staying the additional 2 years has really helped me deeply figure out what impact I can have, and it's helped me really increase that impact. It's very difficult work being a teacher, and so I decided to join the fellowship to really deepen my impact as a teacher and to stay those extra years to build those relationships with my kiddos and just really make a bigger difference on South Carolina education.
One of the really fascinating aspects about South Carolina is that it's so geographically different. One can be in the upstate, the low country, the Midlands, or the PD and have an entirely different experience. That means that as teachers in the SC Impact Fellowship, you get to choose your journey and make it one that is really unique to you. SC Impact Fellows can expect to receive up to $13,000 during the course of their participation. This money will either go in the form of cash and stipends, or it will go toward their continuing education and professional development. So we know that it's not just the first and second years of a teacher's life in the classroom that matter, but it's really those first 5. It's really a time where they're new and energized and ready to take on the world of education. And if we can provide more opportunities for them to improve upon their practice, for them to get clearer on what they want ultimately out of their lives in this field, then we'll be doing ourselves a service, but also the state of South Carolina.
Or am I gonna turn the door on someone else that I could be their favorite teacher, or am I gonna, cut that opportunity short? I was like, no, like if I'm making good change and I'm getting good feedback from where it matters in my classroom, then this is where I have to be.
Bakari, that was Courtney Waters, who's doing some great work as the head of development and also the head of external affairs for Teach for America South Carolina. She was talking about our impact fellows, which basically what we were finding was that teachers were on their own wanting to stay for a third year after they completed their 2-year commitment.
We just finished a 3 hour.
Right.
We just finished our 3rd hour.
So we just gonna stay for the 4th hour now.
Apparently.
Right. And so what we decided to do was go ahead and just formalize that program by adding on a 3rd and 4th year commitment because we really need teachers to stay in classrooms as long as possible. That makes sense to you?
Oh, you paused. I didn't know if you were segueing or doing something else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for more money. Text to donate. Text TFASC10 at 44321 or tfasc.org/donate. And the most amazing thing about that video is that the dedication these people have to the classroom, I don't think we can underestimate that or devalue that. I've always said that teachers work longer hours, and we're asking them to do more today. I mean, we're literally asking teachers who show up at 6 o'clock, leave at 6 o'clock, still have families, to do more, right? Because we need them to be there and be there for students and fill in the gap and pour themselves into more students. And so this is an opportunity tonight to be the person that be the change we want to see in the world.
And if there's going to be any time to do it, our anniversary is a good reason, but it's also Teacher Appreciation
10
Week.
years is a long time. I still remember the first time Josh Bell called me. It was 10 years ago.
Yes. So 10-year anniversary is a good reason to do it. Teacher Appreciation Week is a good reason to do it. A teacher who made a difference in your life is a good reason to do it. So text to donate at, I messed it up already.
Yeah, you're really, you are probably the worst I've ever seen at this. But it's live, so just
it's all
keep
good.
going.
We just keep going, right?
Where's Bella? Where's Bella? That's what I need.
She can handle it.
She definitely is.
She gets me to donate to her all the time.
Next year, she's going to be sitting in your chair.
Text TFASC 10 to 44321. Text TFASC 10 to 44321, or go to our website at tfasc.org/donate. tfasc.org/donate to make a contribution that is significant to you. What's significant to you may be $10. What's significant to you may be $1,000. Whatever makes a difference to you in making a difference in the lives of teachers and young people in the state of South Carolina. Now, Courtney, I mentioned, is the head of development and external affairs. And one of the individuals she has to work with frequently is our next Catalyst recipient, Mr. Darren Goss. This is not it.
My name is Charlotte.
Oh,
we're back. So that was not Mr. Darren Goss.
Yeah, I do a tight shot on him because I just stopped eating.
That was not Mr. Darren Goss. Shout
out to Jimmy Johns.
That was right. Jimmy Johns, who could sponsor us. Somebody hashtag them in our
I'm
social
gonna just
media
finish though,
feeds.
because y'all already caught me right now. I was trying to eat during the break, but they didn't. This is
so they're gonna let me know when we're ready to feature Mr. Darren Goss. But we'll keep talking about. Yes, go ahead. Just tell me what is going on. We're gonna play Courtney again. We already played Courtney. We just played her. We're gonna play Courtney again because the work she does is so important to the lives of young people in South Carolina. So if you didn't hear it the first time, we want you to hear it again right now.
this sandwich is busting. I don't know if Courtney better than this sandwich.
But we believe that it's important that a teacher think not only about what happens in their classroom every day, but really considers what impact they want to make on education as a whole. SC Impact Fellows have an opportunity to become systems leaders through professional development and continuing education. Systems leadership is incredibly important. It's not just important to go into the classroom, but to really examine the full scope and think about the impact that one wants to make as an educator. The fellowship really provides an opportunity for teachers to think critically about what they want their role to be and to actually take steps toward becoming systems leaders. So I'm really excited to say that in the third year of the program, we're now offering 3 tracks to our teachers. Teachers can either opt into the Excellence in Education track, the Education Leadership track, or the Education Innovation track. So in the Excellence in Education track, teachers can expect to receive support toward obtaining their national board certification. This, as you know, is the penultimate distinction that a teacher can receive during their time in the classroom. And we're really happy that we're able to walk on that path with teachers as they complete the portfolio to obtain that.
With Teach for America being a well-respected community, with the fellowship being a well-respected community in itself, people hear us. Once I said that I was willing to be nationally board certified for South Carolina, people started to back me and support me in ways that I didn't have before.
Fellows in the Education Leadership track will get the opportunity to attend the Citadel and obtain a Master's of Education in the Education Leadership program.
I've thought about a number of different professions beyond teaching. I've thought about becoming principal, going into school leadership. I've thought about going more into doing policy and law. I've thought about doing school operations. There's kind of a number of aspirations that I have for my future. And while I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do exactly,
The fellowship has been really helpful in just setting that strong foundation.
For those who choose the Innovation in Education track, they will receive funding to fund a community-based program in their school.
Long term, the values that I've gotten from Teach for America and the connect and commitment to growth that I see from this fellowship screams out that South Carolina is a place of opportunity for academic growth. It just feels good. It just feels natural. It feels like I'm somewhere that I have a purpose.
We are one of the states that offer opportunities for teachers to quickly ascend and become a part of the administrative program in their schools, or to continue to build on their practices and become instructional leaders and help other teachers hone their practice. You know, it's such a wonderful time to be an educator in South Carolina. There's such a rich opportunity to really focus on systems leadership and join a movement that's focused on building and bolstering educational outcomes for all of our children.
2 years definitely is like, you get a feel for what teaching is, but it's definitely just the start. So I think staying the additional 2 years has really helped me deeply figure out what impact I can have, and it's helped me really increase that impact. It's very difficult work being a teacher, and so I decided to join the fellowship to really deepen my impact as a teacher and to stay those extra years to build those relationships with my kiddos and just really make a bigger difference on South Carolina education.
One of the really fascinating aspects about South Carolina is that it's so geographically different. One can be in the upstate, the low country, the Midlands, or the PD and have an entirely different experience. That means that as teachers in the SC Impact Fellowship, you get to choose your journey and make it one that is really unique to you. SC Impact Fellows can expect to receive up to $13,000 during the course of their participation. This money will either go in the form of cash in stipends, or it will go toward their continuing education and professional development. So we know that it's not just the first and second years of a teacher's life in the classroom that matter, but it's really those first 5. It's really a time where they're new and energized and ready to take on the world of education. And if we can provide more opportunities for them to improve upon their practice, for them to get clear on what they want ultimately out of their lives in this field, then we'll be doing ourselves a service, but also the state of South Carolina.
Or am I gonna turn the door on someone else that I could be their favorite teacher, or am I gonna, cut that opportunity short? I was if I'm making good change and I'm getting good feedback from where it matters in my classroom, then this is where I have to be.
So, like I said, the work Courtney was doing or is doing is so impactful, we had to play it twice. Now, not in a million years would I have thought that Bakari and I would have been so loquacious that we would have been able to go through this entire 4-hour segment and still not have gotten through most of our videos. So we're only going to focus on making sure that we're hitting our donation goals. So I want you to go to tfasc.org/donate and make a contribution that matters. tfasc.org/donate to make a contribution that matters. And we're going to talk about another fundraising effort that we put together as part of our 10-year anniversary, our spelling bee. Spelling is literally my kryptonite, so much so that I can't even spell kryptonite. But that did not stop people from getting on stage and showing their spelling bee skills in order to raise some funds for Teach for America South Carolina.
I don't know how we can get all these videos in 1 hour.
We're gonna go quick like that.
My name is Charlotte Groves. I am here because I was the MC host for the first annual Spelling Bee.
I'm Courtney Waters. I'm here to win a trip to the Bahamas and to celebrate Teach for America.
My name is Mike Van Tyne, and I'm here to compete in the spelling bee and just celebrate 10 years with TFA.
That is correct. Did you hear any words today that you were like, oh my gosh, I wouldn't be able to spell that word? Pakistan.
Katie Holba. I'm here as the judge, so I had that tough job of telling people if they got their words right or got their words wrong.
Utensils. UTENSILS.
My name is Natalie Battenkrug. I'm the Chief of Staff at Teach for America, South Carolina.
FROCEN. Oh, that is correct.
I did not win a trip to the Bahamas. I got out on the word garnet. And who even uses that word?
GARNET. Garnet. There's only one. Sorry, it's incorrect.
Brent. BRANKS. Brent.
That is correct.
A-N-G-U-S.
That is correct. Right, I have another country for you. Nepal. Correct.
I'm Troy Evans, the Executive Director of Teach for America, South Carolina. I care about education and the students in South Carolina and making a difference, so I'm trying to do that by showing education counts so you don't get knocked out on words like commotion in the spelling bee, like I did.
Hey, how do you spell commotion?
I believe it's 2 M's this time, COMMOTION.
That is correct. That is correct.
But here's your certificate for doing so well. Christina, congratulations on making it to the finals of the Teach for America Spelling Bee. Once again, you have bested me in competition. So congratulations, here's your certificate.
Thank you.
And we will see you in Colombia, competing for a trip to the Atlantis and the Bahamas.
I was invited to participate in the spelling bee because my friend knows that I'm a words nerd and I'm here now.
You all are going to have some fun today. Remember to spread the word around our 10-year anniversary and what we're trying to accomplish. We are trying to get 1,000 donors supporting Teach for America and teachers in South Carolina and the work that we do. So spread the word, use your classy pages to text your friends, email your friends, let them know that this is for a worthy cause. Ancillary.
Ancillary. ANCILLARY.
That is correct. I was laughing as the girl twirled her hair. Twirled.
Twirled. TWIRLED. Twirled.
That is correct.
Could you define the word?
A small, exclusive group of people.
CLIQUE.
That is correct.
Results. RESULTS. Results.
That is correct. When there's only 3 spellers left, we will move to the final round and turn up the heat.
I lost at the word shepherd.
Demagogue. DEMIGOGUE. Demagogue.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect.
I participated in the competition today and I went out on the word demagogue, and I was so sad because I thought demagogue had an I in it and it did not.
Same word, demagogue.
Demagogue. DEMAGOGUE.
That is correct.
Dilapidated. Dilapidated.
That is correct.
For the first time ever, I was the judge of the Teach for America Spelling Bee.
I'm Carolyn Culbertson. I won the spelling bee today and it was on the word dilapidated. I won a trip to the Bahamas.
Hats off to all these spellers. You all did a great job.
EDUCATION.
Hold on a second. Let me enunciate. I went to Morehouse. Tell me, say it again.
E. That's why you need to get an education and support educators so that you can spell. I think
we still couldn't win. Even that's a false flag because we couldn't even do that.
I did not win, and I participated. I thank Bill Gates every day for creating spell check. So I'm very appreciative of that.
Bill Gates did not create spell check.
Well,
you actually think that Al Gore created the internet too, don't you?
I mean, or climate change. What are the two? So, we
got a lot of work to do, guys. Well, go ahead.
Right.
It's a different camera.
But listen, I guarantee you someone who could spell well
Allie Roberts
is Allie Roberts, who is an instructional coach at Meeting Street Academy.
I love Meeting Street Academy.
Nice school.
It's a great school.
Yep. Let's hear from Allie.
I was a 2013 TFA South Carolina Corps member. I am now in my 5th year of alumni, and I'm currently an instructional coach at Meeting Street Academy. What I love about Teach for America is the support system. I remember my first year feeling really nervous and a little bit overwhelmed on being a first-year teacher at a new school and a new place. And I knew that I could rely on my coach to be there for me. And that really inspired me to want to be a coach for other people. I was able to co-teach for my first year and get the experience of what it feels like to co-teach with someone and grow through a mentor program at our school with my principal. And then after 2 years, I am now an instructional coach. And I've just seen how I have gone from impacting one classroom on my own to now impacting 10 classrooms. I also really enjoy living in South Carolina. It is such a beautiful state, from mountains in Greenville that you can go hiking, to all the lakes and rivers, and to Charleston and Myrtle Beach and all the beach access that you have. It's definitely a place where you can have an active outdoor lifestyle. And it's also really close to North Carolina, where you can travel to Asheville or to Tennessee or to Georgia or drive down to Florida. There's just a lot to do within South Carolina and also the connecting states. There's also just opportunities to eat really amazing food. I honestly see myself staying in Charleston, South Carolina for the long term because I have built an incredible community here with my school network. It feels like a family away from home. And then personally, this is a great place to raise a family, and there are just so many things about Charleston that meet my needs as far as my lifestyle goals and things that I like to do and I enjoy. If you are considering joining Teach for America South Carolina, just know that myself and others in the TFA community are here to help you and encourage you along your journey to changing educational opportunities for children here in South Carolina.
So, Allie Roberts would have crushed us in the spelling bee competition. I don't know. I'm speaking for you.
No, she definitely would crush.
Right,
No,
okay.
no question.
Allie is wonderful. If you enjoyed her story and the work that she's doing, please donate. That's what this week is about. 10-year anniversary, supporting teachers, Teacher Appreciation Week. Please text TFASC10 to 44321. Text TFASC10 to 44321, or go to tfasc.org/donate. TFASC.org TFASC.org/donate.
You cannot get this right to say. We've been here for 4 hours and you still don't get it right.
I'm kind of hoping that
they won't change it.
If they
won't
try a bunch of different paths, money is somehow funneling its way into the account.
Messing it up.
Okay, all right. Well, we're gonna get better at that. I'm gonna have to make up the shortfall. I'm gonna have to donate.
Who are we going to next?
We're going to Mary Fran Croswell, who is a TFA alum from Houston and who is doing great work in wraparound services in the upstate area of South Carolina.
My name is Mary Fran Croswell. I was a 1991 Corps member in Houston, Texas. Currently, I am a child abuse pediatrician at Prisma Health in Greenville, South Carolina. When I decided to leave teaching, I began considering everything that I was interested in, and the common denominator was biological sciences. And so combining that with my love for children, decided to pursue a career in medicine. And then while I was doing my pediatric residency, those stories from my time teaching stayed with me, and it really became the children that I was most passionate about during my residency, and so decided to focus my career on the medical evaluation of child abuse. My relationship with Teach for America in South Carolina is I am a donor and supporter. I continue to believe in the mission of Teach for America and the benefit that it can provide to the children of South Carolina. I am a strong believer in very early childhood education. They're very important. I think they bring an enthusiastic presence. When I evaluate children, I am doing a very holistic exam. And so I am very concerned about making sure they get the tools they need to heal in order that they can function. And part of that functioning is functioning well in the classroom, being able to learn so they can continue to grow and move forward with their lives.
So that was our impact recipient, Mary Fran Croswell. And we're going to go to another worthy impact recipient, Mr. Kevin Floyd.
They don't want to hear from us no more, huh? We just go into videos.
Unless we're asking them for money.
Oh, well, I think we should go a little bit more because I think people need to know where to donate. And let me do this.
Okay, you do this one. I've been messing
text
up.
to donate TFASC 10 to 44321. You see how easy that was?
Right.
I mean, it's like it flows.
Right.
Or TFASC.org/donate. And what we have to do is recognize that the people who are doing this work, every single person who's on these videos, all the Impact Award winners, the videos that we've seen, the spelling bee, they're all talented. And so most times when you give money, you don't know where it's going to, but you're actually giving money and you know where it's going to, you know the return, and you know the work that your organization does.
That's an excellent point. We are showing the people who've made a difference in the lives of young people in South Carolina all throughout tonight. And that's the type of people that is going to be the next generation that your money is going to help. I'm a little bit later in the show, we're going to talk about South Carolina Teacher of the Year, Deion Jamison, who I'm very excited
Well, I hope
about.
look.
And we can get there, right? But we got to get to him.
We've been here for 3 hours and 18 minutes now.
Right. So
we count down.
4
hours is a long time to hang. I love you. I'm not married to you.
Right. I appreciate it. And I appreciate your wife giving to us for this amount of time.
This is not
I'm sending her something for Mother's Day.
Oh my goodness. Being in Atlanta right now for this particular event to tape this without my wife is a lot.
I understand. I appreciate your contribution.
But I'm going home tonight, sweetheart. I know you're watching. She's not.
She's gonna watch the tape.
She's gonna watch the tape. But I gotta hug my babies. I miss my babies. That changes your life, doesn't it?
It does, without a doubt. Are we ready to showcase Mr. Kevin? We're not ready to showcase Mr. Kevin Floyd yet. So yes, I do miss my babies. We're going to we're going to talk about a proclamation we received from the city of Charleston. If someone could hand it to me, that would be excellent.
From under the TV, we can't read it.
So thank you very much. So this was very cool. During Teacher Appreciation Week, we were given this proclamation from Mayor John Tecklenburg in Charleston, where we were named the honorary recipient of this award during Teacher Appreciation Week. So this is something that we were able to be recognized for the work we do in making sure that we're bringing talented young people into classrooms in Charleston. The mayor wanted to recognize us during Teacher Appreciation Week through this proclamation. So this was nice to be recognized for the work we're doing.
I hear you, and I appreciate Mayor Tecklenburg. What people can do tonight, though, is donate. They can give us their bar money, not their Starbucks money. We did that the first 2 hours. I need now the money you go and you spend at the bar. I need the, you buy 2 drinks in Charleston, Atlanta, Charlotte, Columbia. What's that, $30? I don't know. My wife don't let me out the house.
Right. Well,
I'm assuming that's $30.
Listen, with the price of gas, they need to just stay home and save that gas money and donate to Teach for America as well. So the price of gas is through the roof.
Are we ready?
I'm investing in electric vehicles after this.
I just ordered an electric vehicle, so I'm that person.
Okay.
I don't know. I thought she was coming over here to tell us something. So regardless, we still have, let's see who we have left. We have Kevin Floyd. We have Christina Yates. We have Sherry Snipes Williams.
All
We have
great people doing great work.
We have William Brown. We have trivia coming up. We might as well do some of that right now because the only person who knows trivia better than anybody else is you, Troy.
Yes, that's true.
So we got our production assistant coming on.
Let's do that. Let's do this. This is trivia, okay? TRIVIA. All right. So
I honestly didn't know what she was spelling for a long time.
Right. So this is a great question. It's an embarrassing answer, but what is South Carolina's current education ranking in 2021? What is South Carolina's current education ranking? The answer is, should be indicated by the fact that we're here needing your support to increase this ranking.
But you gotta get people like, I don't know.
All right, so A, B, C, D, E.
It's like, no, I mean, it's 50 plus the territories. I mean, I don't know. That's
the territories.
Yeah, I mean, like, give us like
Samoan Islands.
Yeah, I mean,
so okay, I'm gonna give you an A, B,
yeah, you can't just
C or D answer. And you know what? I need a T-shirt. We're gonna give some T-shirts, and Bakari is gonna give a copy of his book if you get this answer correct on social media.
No. They gotta buy the book.
Gotta buy the book. I'll buy the book and give it to you. So we're gonna give you a Teach for America 10-year anniversary T-shirt.
There's something on the back.
It does. 10 years of intentionality, which is our theme.
I like that.
For the work that we've done this year and the past 10 years and the work we're going to do for the next 10 years. So the options are A, South Carolina is ranked 33rd in education.
That might be right.
B, 26 in
No,
education.
not that high.
C, 44 in education.
That sounds more right.
And D, 40 in education.
It could be possible. It ain't 30. It's not 33 and it's not 26.
It's definitely not those two. Those would be.
I think it's closer to 44 than 40.
You know what? That is actually the right answer.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna tell them.
Oh, I'm not supposed to tell the answer.
That we're just showing them how it's done.
Oh, we can go to the next question. I'm sorry. I thought trivia was with me.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I thought it was with you too for a second. But we're gonna do trivia question number 2. Let's see. Okay. All right, this is a good one, which is an astounding trivia question. At the midpoint of the 2021-2022 school year, what was the number of vacant teacher positions in South Carolina? At the midpoint of the 2021-2022 school year, what was the number of vacant teaching positions in South Carolina? You need to go to TFASC Instagram page or TFASC on LinkedIn or TFASC on, I don't even know if we got a Twitter, on Facebook and answer these questions or type it in on the YouTube chat. I'm giving away T-shirts, Bakari Seller books, bottles of water, whatever we can get our hands on. And the answers, here are your options. There were A, 2,028 teacher vacancies in the midpoint of the year, which is atrocious. B, 672, which is also atrocious. C, 1,121, or D, 459 vacancies at the midpoint of the year. And as I said earlier, if it is a vacancy, that means that the class has to either be combined or have a permanent substitute, which is not a good answer to making sure that our children are educated to the levels that they need to be. So you can answer that question on Instagram for tfasc.org. You can also go to our Facebook page, chat it into the YouTube. You can send me an Instagram. I'll honor it even if it comes in on my Instagram at I am Troy D. Evans. All right, next question. We got one more question.
Did anybody answer it? I mean,
no. Well, we're gonna do answers in a second. We're waiting for the answers to come back.
I'm trying. Y'all moving too fast. I'm from Denmark. I need to figure out what the answer to the question is.
Well, you can look at the answer if you need to know
it's
the
in
answer.
bold. Okay.
Yes, it's in bold. All right. How many students have been impacted by Teach for America since its inception in 2011? How many students have been impacted by Teach for America South Carolina since we came to South Carolina in 2011? A, over 25,000. B, over 35,000. C, over 45,000. Or D, over 55,000. If you can answer that question correctly,
you got to beat the drum.
Yeah, I'm just letting them know the work that we've been putting in. Been putting in work. As Ludacris once said, while you in the studio, I'm in these streets putting in work, okay, and making a difference
They
in
don't
the
even know
lives
who
of young
Ludacris
people.
is.
They don't. You know, I got all these older references.
I know.
I'm gonna need to
I
listen to
mean,
some new
Ludacris
music.
first started dropping when I was at Morehouse, when I was in these streets.
I can't understand the new lyrics.
But by the way, can I just tell y'all this
Yeah.
so you don't know that you don't know, but I'm gonna. This is I'm breaking news here, but there's going to be an 8-Ball and MJG versus Bun B versus that happens in Birmingham, Alabama.
Oh wow.
In the upcoming days. I'm just telling you, it's
All
gonna be
right.
announced soon.
Breaking news: the verses did get us through the pandemic, so shout out to Swiss Beats and Timberland, right? All right. So, are we ready for the Kevin Floyd spotlight? Yes, we are. An impact spotlight that we're gonna shine a light on.
My name is Kevin Floyd. I'm the Public Information Director for Midlands Technical College here in Columbia. I ended up deciding to be a journalist in college, and for 10 years I worked in television news. After 10 years, I got kind of burned out on fires and tornado warnings and that sort of stuff, and I pursued teaching through Teach for America. Taught first grade in Charlotte for 2 years, and then my television days kind of lured me back into marketing and advertising with some folks I worked with in television. Did that for 10 years, and that was an easy transition back into education field, but in the marketing public relations field. My work at Midlands Tech is varied from day to day, month to month. I am responsible for everything from the public website, social media pages, that's posting and responding to users, to internal communications for the HR department, and faculty and staff need to know things, to internal communications from the registrar's office to students. But I'm also responsible for promoting the college. Midlands Technical College is advancing educational equality through the most straightforward way possible, and that is we have an open admissions policy. So that means if you're 18 years old and you want to come to Midlands Tech, you can come. If you're not 18 years old and you have a high school diploma, you can come. So there's no barrier to entry. They can come and get job training or skills that will allow them to better themselves. My favorite part of the job at Midlands Tech is when I get to be with the students and talk to them about how technical college and education changes their lives. It's the same reason I taught through Teach for America, because I believe education is the great equalizer. So when I'm able to get out of my office and talk to a student who, didn't know what they wanted to do with their life, but decided, I'm going to try out welding, and then to find out that they were able to make $125K in 6 months, that's life-changing stuff. So that's what makes me get up in the morning, is the recognition that there are students who are learning and bettering their lives. Some people think Teach for America allows teachers to cut to the front of the line and get a job when they shouldn't. You got to go. Some people will say you need a 4-year degree in teaching to teach. I'm not going to argue that that's not a valid path, but there are other paths. And I think the metrics, if you look at the numbers of the results that Teach for America teachers show every year, the proof's there that Teach for America teachers are successful.
TFASC.org/donate, TFASC.org/donate. I'm going to give up on the text to give campaign. And I'm going to bring one more trivia question to you. And that is, in 2019, what percentage of South Carolina students living in poverty met or exceeded grade level expectations? And this is, again, one of those unfortunate facts that we are not providing students the education they need to be successful in an ever-changing and rapid-changing world. But the options here are A, 25% of students met grade level expectations, B, 30% of students met grade level expectations, C, 45% of students, or D, 50%. So we already know half of them did not meet grade level expectations just on the choices.
Yeah.
But if you had to wager a gander there, what would you think it would be?
I can't even see that well. Probably 35%.
30%. So that means 70%.
A third. I was thinking a third.
Yeah. I mean, 70% of the students in South Carolina are not on grade level.
If we're raising money, you should probably say 2/3. Just to
use fractions.
Yeah, you should use fractions.
Yeah. That's math again. So we're going to use 2/3 of the students in South Carolina.
He's listening.
Do not meet grade level expectations. That means that they're going to graduate, hopefully, but they're not going to be on track to make a difference and earn a livable wage for themselves. So we got to help them overcome that by providing the resources they need. You can do that by donating at TFASC.org/donate, TFASC.org/donate. And if you break that down by race and zip code, it's even worse, right? So
I mean, children are punished because of the zip code they're born into.
Right.
We know that. That's why TFA does great work, because they send, and this is probably not the right term, but they send people into these quote unquote combat zones where other teachers don't want to go or can't afford to go. And that's why the dollars you're giving is so important.
Exactly. How are we looking on videos? We're gonna just keep going, Bakari, because we can talk about this a lot. Talk to me a little bit about Denmark. Talk to me a little bit about.
So Denmark, Orangeburg. I mean, it's a court of shame. I mean, it's too long. I mean, we've had a court of shame since before I was born. I mean, you know this story. I know this story. Going to Morehouse was a blessing. I'm a product of the proverb, it takes a village to raise a child. In my village, as we talked about in this entire 4 hours that we've been here, has been made up of teachers and community leaders and pastors and friends and Marion Barry and Julian Bonds. I mean, the entire kind of ecosystem of those individuals who wanted you to do well. And so the reason I do events like this, the reason I take Friday nights out and do events like this is because you have to give back. And you have to, right now, we have to reimagine, I think is the right word, reimagine what these systems of inequality should look like. When you're talking about systems of injustice that many Black and brown kids grow up in, we've said it a number of times today, that kids are punished because of the zip code that they're born into. Whether or not you're talking about an environmental injustice because we're drinking unhealthy water, which causes cancer, or we're inhaling bad air, which causes asthma, or whether or not we're being miseducated, which is one of the reasons we're here, or whether or not we're talking about the fact that Black women die at a 3 to 4 time higher rate than white women, and you see the systemic inequities we have in our healthcare delivery system, or whether or not you're talking about economically, where we just don't have the same access to capital as others, or a criminal justice system which we know is in tatters. For me, the reason that Teach for America and I have some level of we're simpatico is because we don't believe this country to be irredeemable, but we do understand that we have to reimagine what she looks like. And Teach for America reimagines how you're supposed to participate in a classroom. It reimagines how you're supposed to teach. It reimagines parental involvement. It reimagines how you prepare young people for the classroom to teach. And so I'm all on board.
Well said. I
felt that. That felt good.
I felt that.
That felt good.
All right. If you were raising money right now, I would donate to you.
That felt good. That felt good to say. It was natural. It was meaningful.
And to be honest, that's why I wanted you to be on here, not because you got twins, not because you went to Morehouse, but because you are a native of South Carolina. You are a product of the system that we are trying to make a difference in. In your book, I could, your book was in some ways a love story of South Carolina, right? And what's disappearing from the communities. And teachers are an integral part of those communities. My mother used to always talk about, she grew up in North Carolina. My mother used to always talk about, her teachers, coming over to the house for family dinners and things of that nature, right? If you don't have that type of relationship with the individuals who are educating the young people, then you're not going to have the success that we hope to have for generations and decades to come, and to tackle the problems all those problems that you just mentioned through systemic inequities, or things that are being, brought upon us by environmental changes or things of that nature. We've got to make sure that these kids are prepared to deal with the problems that they're going to be left with.
And that's our job. That's our goal, right? If you don't leave this country better than what you inherited, and I think that the fear, not to speak politically, but the fear is that we're backsliding and that our children are still going to be dealing with a lot of the same issues that our parents or grandparents dealt with. And the reason that we like and we appreciate young people like Dion, for example, is that they believe in the future. And so I want to go to Dion Jameson, who is even more than a Teach for America alum. He's Teacher of the Year and just a dope dude. So let's go to this video. You don't have to pitch everything.
Yeah, okay. All right.
My name is Dion Jameson. I'm a 2017 alum of Teach for America, South Carolina, and I am a current 9th and 10th grade English teacher here at Legacy Early College. So I applied to TFA after getting a call from a recruiter in my junior year of college. I always knew that I wanted to be a teacher as early as the 4th grade. That urge and that drive to teach was always there. So the supports that were offered by TFA that were extremely helpful to me, definitely coaching. I built an amazing relationship with my coaches over those 2 years. And actually one of my coaches was like a high school teacher for me. So it was really cool to reconnect with her on this new level from teacher to coach. And the coaching experiences, I think, what helped me to see immense growth in myself as an educator, as well as my students. In addition to coaching, one of the things that I enjoyed the most about TFA are like the professional development opportunities that they provided. Being able to immerse in community with fellow core members and with alumni of the program and just learn more from each other. One of my favorite memories from my time in the core in Orangeburg was definitely forming the connections and relationships with the students. There were a lot of students, unbeknownst to me, who were actually like my cousins, because this is the community in which I'm from. So there were a lot of students who I was related to, and seeing like parents come into parent-teacher conferences and talking to them and saying, hey, I know you, we know each other, right? So it was just amazing to be in community with the people who I grew up with and to teach their children. One of the tenets of CRP is cultural competence. And I, as a teacher, have to be culturally competent and aware of the differences within my classroom, and also aware of the differences that I bring into the classroom and leverage those differences as strengths in the classroom. I think that doing that helps me to reshape my curriculum so that I can reach all of the learners in the room. So the issues that are very near and dear to me include, but are not limited to, educational inequity. Being born and raised here in South Carolina and attending schools within Orangeburg County and then transitioning from Orangeburg County to Clemson University, I was able to see firsthand the disparities that exist within our state. And having lived that experience really has fueled my passion to fight for educational equity. And that is one of the things that I would like to address while I'm advocating for teachers and students. Some advice that I would give to a first-year core member here in South Carolina is to become immersed in the community. When you are connected to the community in which you are serving and working with and not for, you have the best experience of your life. I think connecting with community partners, connecting with other teachers that have been working in the district or in that school for X amount of years, and collaborating with students as well will really help to make the experience as a core member here one that is unforgettable. So my professional goals are include to remain in the classroom, and I also want to serve as an advocate for teachers and students. So I will eventually want to dip into educational policy. There are so many amazing things that are on the cusp of happening here, and I'm really excited to be a part of some of that work that's occurring. And that is exciting because I think that we're going to start seeing the shifts and the changes that we've been wanting to see for so long.
We're back. So that was Dion Jamison, who I am proud to announce this past Wednesday was named the 2023 South Carolina Teacher of the Year. He is also the Suleiman winner from Teach for America, as well as a native of Orangeburg and a current teacher at Legacy Early College. Part of his accolades were being able to receive a BMW lease for a year. So I'm hope he's going to be able to arrive to class on time in style. But he has done.
He's definitely going to be at the club.
Right.
He parking in the front. I mean, you pay when you get that car, you pay the extra $20 so you can park in the front.
But on a teacher's salary, can he? So that's the question. We got to make sure we compensating teachers correctly, right?
So they can park in the front of the club. So I mean, that actually
right.
should be like the mantra. You should
right.
be able to. Teachers deserve pay. So on weekends, when the days they get off.
Teacher of the year. If
no,
you get teacher
just,
of the year.
no, just
all
the teachers deserve to be able to park in the front of the club.
I like that. I like that. So I'm extremely proud. I've got the opportunity. I've been to Dion's classrooms in Orangeburg. I've been to his classrooms at Legacy Early College. His willingness to learn, his willingness to give back. Some of the things that were just remarkable to me about him was that he was a product of teachers that taught his mom, him, his younger nephews and nieces.
That's that product. That's that proverb, right?
Right. Takes a village. And then he is now giving back and doing the same thing. And so, when you talk about why is someone going to go to Denmark? Why is someone going to go to Lamar?
You keep saying why. I mean, and people who are watching who aren't teachers, who aren't Teach for America, one of the things y'all always say is know your why. Exactly. And all of this. I mean, I hear it. What does that mean?
What is going to motivate you? Because it's not going to be the compensation, right? So what is going to motivate you to get up out of the bed every day and make a difference when it's hard and you got to overcome those obstacles when you know it's not a paycheck at the end of the line that's going to do it for you? So what is the thing that keeps you motivated, making a difference in the lives of young people? For Dion, it was the fact that he grew up in that community. He grew up in Orangeburg. He had nieces and nephews that were getting an education that he wanted to make sure was above standard. So it's the first time a TFA core member has been named Teacher of the Year in South Carolina. I also believe it's the first time a Black male was named Teacher of the Year in South Carolina. So, just many accolades.
I don't know about that one.
Oh, can we get our research team?
Yeah, no, I don't know about that one. We've had a Black male. We've had a Black male that's been Teacher of the Year in South Carolina before.
We putting a copy of the autograph book on it.
I mean, what you gonna give me?
I got a copy of the book too. I autograph
so
it
you
too.
gonna autograph my book?
No, my book. Book for book.
I mean, okay, I hear you.
Mine.
I'm right.
I got sales in the tens, but we'll get.
I'm sorry, you were announcing.
You were correct. Dion is the first Black male South Carolina teacher of the year.
I don't believe that.
He don't believe the internet.
I don't believe that. Where'd you get that from? I don't believe that.
You are not a proponent of fake news, so I need you to be
on board with facts. I need to understand the source. I mean, she just can't yell it out the back and say, "Oh, you're right."
Listen, financial and actual digital literacy is important. So you're right. We do need to check the source on that.
I need to check the source.
But listen, in terms of checking the sources,
she don't even know the source. She just came out here and yelled it out before
she was like, it was.
What's the source?
Yeah.
WISTV reported that, BecauseWeCan.com.
Okay. All right. Hey.
She got footnotes, endnotes, references.
Yeah,
she got
I was out there bad.
Right.
I was out there bad. But you got to dig in when you wrong.
Yes, you're right. No, but listen, you got to teach that. But listen, I wanna give props to Lewis Cole, who answered our trivia question correctly on the vacancy. So, Lewis, you're going to get.
You about this?
Yeah, Demi is texting me about this.
So, I ain't getting no text messages.
So we
about
getting
that.
there. You know,
you don't have both our numbers.
Right.
You can't group.
Right, group text.
No. Troy got to look good. I
So,
get it. No, I get it.
We are going to be giving a T-shirt and a book and some Fiji water and whatever else we have in our storeroom to Lewis Cole. And I think some other people are answering. I also want to give a shout out to my mother and my mother-in-law for Mother's Day who are watching right now.
Shout out.
So Miss Adele Green and also Miss Loretta Atkins, thank you for all you've done for me and my wife and our family. And thank you for tuning in. Adele is an avid reader, and she would probably know all of these things in the education world that we're talking about. So I'm glad that she's able to tune in. And hopefully, Adele, you've Grammy Green, you are making a small contribution to this cause, other than babysitting. All right, so
that should be enough.
It is.
That should
except
be enough.
For
it's not
right
except
now.
for that should be enough.
Right now.
What we got? We got anything coming up?
So we are going to go to another video. I think I'm looking at my crack team over here on the right. They are research analysts, production coordinators, producers, and this is all in their spare time because they're also educators.
So keep going.
Yeah, all right. So we're still going. Okay.
So anyway, we've been here for 3 hours and 48 minutes.
It's the home stretch. It's
we got 12 minutes left.
It's 12 minutes.
I didn't think I was going to make it.
Well, I'm glad.
I want to appreciate Teach for America.
Yes.
Because they did not have to do this. They didn't have to invite me. And I don't know why they did, but I'm grateful.
Well, I already told you why we did. You are a product of what we are talking about
I appreciate
today.
It. That means a lot to me. I appreciate everybody who's behind the blue curtain back there. You got to say thank you to the people who make things happen.
Definitely.
The men and women who are the engineers of this, the young ladies who help us. And I think that one of the most important things that we realize is that William Brown, who's a big supporter of TFA, who helped create Legacy, who's done that work, understands the meaning of the word thank you.
Yes.
And so I just want to say thank you to everybody as we go to William Brown's video right now.
Maybe we won't go to William.
My name is William Brown. I am the founder and board chair of Legacy Early College. Legacy Early College is the most exciting K through 12 in this part of the country. We have 120 little 4-year-old scholars all the way through 12th grade. And in high school, we have dual credit. So that means we're taking college courses while we're in high school. That's our mantra here, to and through college. You know, education is not just about getting me there. Education is a continuous process that goes on all your life. So what if that included exercise and eating healthy and continuous learning? I mean, this academically, you're with the program. One of the greatest partners we have at Legacy is Teach for America, South Carolina. They're bringing to us young college graduates who are excited about changing the world. So we're grateful for the openness of the mindset that Teach for America scholars come in with. And I'll give you a little story. If you grow up in a pretty well-to-do family, you got a lot of privilege, you're going to be fine when you get to K-5 because you're going to be moving right along. And by the time you get to 3rd grade, they're going to put you on the track. You're going to do fine. You're going to get 2 and 3 college. But now let's say that I grew up in a different zip code and I get to K-5 and I don't know my letters, numbers, and colors. I might not even speak English. So those adults, you got to look at me and say, wow, this little baby has a lot of capacity, but I can't see it yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to commit to helping that child change. And by the time they get to 3rd grade, they're going to be on the grade level. And now guess what? They're not tracked anymore. They're off and running. See, there's no difference in the capacity of children to learn. What is real different is the starting point. We've been doing that in education in this country for hundreds of years. We need to get over ourselves and stop that and now start meeting the child where they come to us without judgment and watch what happens. we'll have a different outcome in education.
So that was Mr. William Brown. I think you can see the passion that he had for what he does. Every time I talk to him, I'm extremely passionate. I'm proud to partner with him at Legacy Early College and make sure that TFA teachers are making a difference in the upstate. Now, earlier we were talking about Darren Goss at the Coastal Community Foundation, who's been a great partner with Teach for America South Carolina. And we'd like to introduce you to him in his Catalyst video right now.
We definitely embed ourselves.
My name is William Brown.
We are members
I am the founder
of
and board
our
chair of
respective
Legacy Early
communities.
College.
We listen,
Legacy
we
Early
live here, our
College is
families
the
are
most
here.
exciting K
And so,
12
yes,
in this
as a
part of the
part of
country.
being
We have 120 little
a
four-year-old
community
scholars.
foundation,
All
we
the way
believe
through
that we
12th
should listen
grade.
first
And
to our
through-
communities,
in high
understand
school,
what
we
those
have dual
goals,
credit.
dreams, and
So
aspirations are.
that means
We
we're taking
definitely
college
help
courses while
to
we're in
support
high school.
nonprofit organizations like Teach for America, quite frankly, and doing the work that they do, either
Here,
providing
to
capacity
and through
like
college.
teachers,
You know,
or providing
education is not just
supplemental
about
supports
getting
like we
me
do with
there.
communities and schools,
Education
or
is
reading
a
partners
continuous
or wings to
process that
kids.
goes on all your
Education
life.
is so critical to what we've heard from our donors. Recently, we've done surveys, a donor perception report, a community conversation refresh, and then a feasibility study. And what we heard overwhelmingly is that education is at the center of what people believe will create a vibrant community. I first learned of Teach for America when I was the Director of Career Services at Wofford and had students coming in applying to be a core member. That's a rigorous process, and only the best and brightest of Wofford students got accepted. Teach for America core members bring a lived experience that, quite honestly, I think our children need. I think what Teach for America core members bring is credibility, that teachers can be cool and smart, sort of what I had as a youngster, and I think that's sometimes sorely missing in our classrooms. If I could reimagine our education system in South Carolina, I would take a top to bottom audit of what's working and really put resources in those areas. I would also, as a first step, as a second step, you know, organizations like Teach for America, I think we need to bring these organizations to the table at the education policy level. I think there's some things that teachers, your core members, can actually teach us in terms of shaping and crafting policy at the statewide level that would make sense in application in the classroom. Teach for America, at least for me, since 2016, has been one of the shining organizations in South Carolina that when I get a chance to talk to donors or elected officials or anyone, I say we need to support the organization, and we need to support the organization wholeheartedly.
So again, great work by Darren Goss at the Coastal Community Foundation.
Man, we made it. We made it. I don't even know what to say. It's 4 hours, 3 hours and 55 minutes, and we made it.
We did. One thing I did want to say, you said you don't know why you're here, obviously because you're a native of South Carolina. But the other thing you don't know is my very first week of moving to Charleston, you were the moderator for an education panel. It was downtown at this old theater they renovated.
I remember that.
And
it was the We Gotta All Get Along group.
Yeah.
I forget the name of it. Yes.
But
Amanda Loveday and
Darren was actually on stage then.
Darren was on stage. Yes.
And some other individuals.
Tim Scott spoke.
No, not that one. I didn't go to that one. I wouldn't endorse that one. This was, you probably done a million in South Carolina.
Yeah, I don't even know what we're talking about right now. I can't recall.
It was a
across the street, the Satili Theater though?
Yes. In downtown Charleston.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had just moved here, so I wasn't that familiar with the neighborhood.
Okay.
But I was living on Morris Street in temporary housing until I could find a place. But it was like they're doing an education roundtable discussion. You were moderating. I said, let me go over there and check it out. And I thought you did a great job.
Well, thank you.
And I thought you were very knowledgeable about what was going on in South Carolina.
I studied for tonight.
I practice, it shows.
Yeah.
And so I was like, you know what? I want to stay connected to you via the work we're doing. You've, come and spoke to our core members.
Sure.
You are on the board for the Charlotte chapter of Teach for America, South Carolina.
I'm supposed to be there today.
Uh-oh. So I'm gonna get a call from Dr. Graves.
That'd be all right. I don't really go to a lot of meetings. That'd be all right.
But I just thought you were the perfect person. I like.
Well, let me just say, I appreciate the work that you're doing. And again, you have to give a shout out to all of the people who are here. And one of the things we want you to do is, can you move out the way so I can? Thank you. Text to donate at TFASC10 to 44321 or TFASC.org. /donate. Thank you for everybody who's watching us. My family's watching. I know I give my wife a hard time, but she's going to have an amazing Mother's Day because I love Ellen Rucker Sellers with all my heart. She's an amazing mother. We raise our kids to believe in public education, and we're going to do a much better job with our twins after watching Bella because you have a brilliant, brilliant family and young people, and you can always tell the measure of a man or a woman by their children. So I appreciate you, brother.
I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who's helped make this a reality. Our last plug is to please support teachers, please support students, please support education in South Carolina, TFASC.org/donate. And with that, I would like to say the thing that we've been wanting to say for 10 years, and now for all week, and now for 4 more hours. Happy anniversary, Teach for America, South Carolina.
Happy 10-year anniversary, Teach for America, South Carolina. Congratulations on 10 years.
Happy 10th anniversary, Teach for America, South Carolina.
Happy anniversary, Teach for America.
Happy 10th anniversary, Teach for America, South Carolina.
Congratulations on 10 years.
Happy 10-year anniversary, Teach for America, South Carolina.
Happy 10th anniversary, Teach for America, South Carolina.
Happy 10th anniversary, Teach for America, South Carolina.
Happy anniversary. Congratulations on 10 years.
Happy anniversary and congratulations on 10 years.
Happy 10th anniversary, Teach for America, South Carolina. Congratulations on 10 years.
Happy 10th anniversary, Teach for America, South Carolina.
Congratulations on 10 years.
Happy anniversary, Teach for America, South Carolina.
Happy anniversary, Teach for America, South Carolina.